could pull up on YouTube or something?
I actually just showed my girlfriend the ASDF movies. Did you ever watch those?
No.
They were really popular when we were in high school. They're like little comedy shorts with like animation and stuff.
Uh-huh.
And she had never seen it before, so I wanted to show her.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like sort of remembering them as I watched them, like as we went on. And it was so funny to me, like
I remember these.
Yeah, it was so funny to me like how comedy has changed. Like when we were in high school, everything is like, you're gay, or like I'll fucking kill you, or like something like that. And it's like you can't joke about that stuff anymore, man.
No.
We do here. What's it called?
ASDF movies. I think the creator calls them ASDF movies.
That's just like the default, like where your fingers are supposed to rest on the keyboard, right?
Exactly, yeah.
That's funny.
But so they're just like little comedy shorts, and they're so random.
Hey, you know who's gay? You. Oh, come on! I baked you a pie.
Oh boy, what flavor?
Pie flavor. Doctor, I think I might be a homosexual. How can you tell? Rainbow.
What are you, a man or a mouse?
Hey kids, I brought you some cookies.
I like trains.
Desmond the Moon Bear.
How did I get here? The end.
Oh shit, dude! 36 minutes.
Kitten fight.
Oh fuck.
Usually they go like color.
That's funny. Now, this is before the color.
Yeah.
Holy shit, that's hilarious.
The whole hamburger thing.
So you see, like they make a lot of jokes about like being gay, right?
Uh-huh.
But so then it's like you get to like movie 13 or something like that.
Uh-huh.
It's like,
Keep the mic like
it's
close to
like,
your.
hey, you know who's gay? And then it like cuts to like them being married, and he's like, us.
That's funny.
So it's like it's the same joke, but it just gets more like, I don't know, like kind of inclusive.
Contemporary.
So.
Well, have you seen? Did you ever see the what's it called? The pandemic special or post-COVID special from South Park?
I didn't, but I've heard good things about it.
In the post-COVID special, they're all adults now. Like it's the first time seeing them as like grown adults. And what's his name? Jimmy, right? Jimmy's the one on the crutches. What a terrific audience. So he's a host of like the late night show or something like that. It is in the future, like it's like 2040 or whatever. So you can imagine if things keep going the way they're going. He's like, yeah. So I was hanging out with a group of homosexuals the other day. You know what that was like? It was really nice. They're they're like really nice people. And you know what? I also had some Chinese food. That's the thing about Chinese food. It's diverse and it tastes great. And it's just like that. It's just that total like
anti-jokes.
Yeah. Alrighty, well, I think we're going here. Hey, cheers, guys.
Cheers.
Kaleb, Daddy Dorp. Thank you. Salud.
All right.
Yummy. Ooh. Oh, man. I'm used to my drink of choice is Canadian whiskey. I like Canadian the most, and they're out of it right now at Costco. So I got Irish whiskey, which I love whiskey. I like Irish whiskey, but it's got like a certain like smokiness to it, or like more oakiness that kind of like, I don't know. It leaves a bit of an aftertaste I'm just not quite accustomed to.
I feel like Irish whiskeys are usually a sipping whiskey too. You don't want to shoot that one.
Yeah,
It's a little bit like a punch in the back of the throat.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it feels like. But I got to catch up to you guys. You guys are like one IPA down while I was getting ready, so I got to make sure that I catch up here. But welcome, Kaleb. Welcome to.
Happy to be here.
Happy to have you, man. I definitely knew that I wanted you in the first like 5 or 10 episodes, because eventually, numerically, it's just gonna, not gonna matter anymore. But I definitely wanted the top 10, the first 10, to be like kind of symbolic, of like my main peeps, and as my stepbrother, I'm sure you're not going anywhere anytime soon,
Nope.
Unless there's a divorce, in which case, I hope Brent keeps me in the divorce, dude.
Hey, Aaron and I get along pretty well. I think, honestly, Your mom understands me better than my dad.
That's funny.
Not gonna lie.
Yeah, I think your dad understands me better than my mom. So
So many times I'll have a conversation with my dad and he'll be like, I just don't get it. And I'll be like, I completely understand where you're coming from.
that's funny. Yeah, we'll do a little swapperoo.
Yeah, there you go. It's like the first
man.
parent trap.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But yeah, super stoked to have you here, especially because I don't know if you remember this, but technically you were actually the first guest I ever recorded a podcast with.
No way.
Yeah, because the first episode, the first thing I ever uploaded to the channel was a 0.5 episode I did with your dad, Brent, my stepdad. And the night before that, you and your girlfriend were at the house, and me and Tiffany were like, "You guys want to do a podcast to practice?" So technically, the first time we ever recorded a podcast with guests other than me and Tiffany was with you. So I'm glad to comes full circle. You know, we got you in the top 3 here. I think it's only right. Get you back in the chair now that things have come so far.
Well, I'll tell you what, man. I'm always happy to be a guinea pig. I love just try me. You know.
Yeah. COVID podcasts, whatever, vaccines. He's all for it, guys.
Oh man, we went down a rabbit hole too. I remember that one.
I know.
We were going for hours.
Yeah, we went for like 3.5 hours or something like that. It was fun. Okay, so first thing here, I wanted to, depending how much time we have, how many cocktails we get. I don't know if you guys can see this on the table here. For Christmas, Kaleb here got me this Irish cream liqueur cocktail pack, so I figured no better way to christen it than with each other. Daddy Dorp here. I think we're going to start off with an Irish cream Manhattan. So this is St. Brendan's Irish cream liqueur. We got, I think we're going to start off with a black walnut Manhattan. So that's Irish whiskey, Irish cream, and some bitters. So we're going to go make those real quick, and then we'll let you know how it goes. So we'll be back.
See you soon. You know what's crazy is all those, remember we were kind of talking conspiracy theories about COVID and stuff? Everything we talked about is now true.
Yeah, exactly.
How wild is that, dude?
Oh shit.
Yeah. Because it was kind of like beginning of COVID, you know, like back when, like, if you're gonna go see your family, you get tested twice to make sure you're not gonna kill anybody, you know, that sort of thing. And we were talking about like the lab leak theory. I was talking about how it's sort of like a virus that can affect your brain function and all that. And then, like, you know, slowly but surely, every few months, a news article is popping out that's like confirming the exact things we were talking about. And I just remember thinking, like, see, I'm not crazy, man. I'm not crazy.
All right, so we got our black walnut Manhattans, Irish whiskey, Irish cream, and some bitters. So let's see how this goes. Cheers, my friends. Cheers once more.
I'm excited.
Second cheers in 2 minutes.
That's good.
Oh yeah,
Creamy.
I like that.
yeah, and I can kind of taste that touch of bitters too. They weren't the recipe says use black walnut bitters. I don't even know what the fuck that is, but
I'm getting like a bubblegum flavor. Interestingly.
Bubblegum.
Bubblegum, yeah.
Interesting.
Right? Am I the only one? Am I crazy?
But okay, so we were starting to talk about how that podcast that we did. You said that we were talking. You went back and listened to it, and like a lot of the stuff that we were talking about, like conspiracy theories and whether it came from a lab, a lot of that ended up being true, and like the things that we were speculating about are now, you know, kind of common knowledge. So
Right.
you were starting to mention at the time where you were working.
Yeah, so basically I was just going on about how that was really early in the pandemic that we did that first episode. And, you know, we had both been trying to do our own research, so to speak. And the things that we were speculating towards, just slowly over the course of the next few months, we were seeing news articles that were confirming the exact things that we were kind of jumping the gun on, which I thought was interesting. But yeah, definitely it was a scary time because I knew enough to know that I wasn't getting the full truth from people that we're supposed to trust, you know. But I didn't know enough to reassure myself. So which made the situation even more scary, right? Because I know that I'm not being told the truth, and I don't know how to protect myself effectively. But
Sounds
I
like
definitely
an abusive relationship, man.
Oh, jeez, yeah. Did you just sum up American politics? But yeah, so, you know, I kind of went overboard. We were talking a little bit about how it was crazy. You'd see like a yard worker out there with a mask by himself in the middle of the sun, or you'd see a jogger running down the street and they're wearing a mask, and you're like, this doesn't make sense. I took it overboard. I worked in a lab, and one of my primary job functions was to use a sandblaster with some toxic chemicals. And so they gave me an N100 mask.
That's right. That's right. I remember this.
And so what we did is we saw the restrictions on these masks and such coming. And so I was actually the one who had to go out and purchase like 6 months worth of supplies in anticipation for not being able to buy anything, which I did well. I'd like to brag a little bit about that. This was my first job out of college, and I went and I dropped like 60 grand on lab supplies. And I don't know why they gave me that job, but I fucking did it well.
Oh, shit.
But so we had these N100 masks, which are really good at filtering fine particles. And that's exactly what you need for COVID. And so I used to use them for the sandblaster, and then I would shove them in my backpack, and I would take them home. And I'd give them to my friends. I'd give them to my family, and I would wear them to the grocery store. And I honestly felt like a dick. Because all these people, they're here in the grocery store, and they have like a bandana wrapped around their face. And here I am walking around buying bell peppers, and I have a scientific grade mask.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, yeah, sorry guys, y'all are dying, and I'm the one who's making it out. I felt guilty. But it was one of those times where everything was so just like information was obscured. We had no idea what was going on. And I was like, I'm going to do everything I can to protect myself, and that's all I can do. You know?
Well, it's funny you mentioned how you were saying like you felt like you knew enough to know you weren't being told the truth, but you also didn't know enough to be able to like come out and like say or make any kind of claims about it. Like I feel like that's exactly where the government in general wants people to be, because they don't want it. You don't want people to think that, you know, that the government is out to get them, obviously, you know, but they kind of like Eddie Bravo. Do you know who that is?
I'm thinking of Johnny Bravo.
He's like he's one of those like avid like conspiracy theorists. Like he's like,
Gosh.
like he's open to like fucking space being fake. You know what I mean?
Space, okay.
Yeah, the space is fake. I don't know how serious he is. I don't know how much of it is a bit. But one of the points he made one time that I really liked was for the longest time he was in that place where he's like, you know, fuck that shit. This is just a bunch of noise. The news is all bullshit. Like I don't even pay attention to that shit. But according to him, he's like, that's where they want you to be. They flood you with so much information that that so much of it not relevant, you don't know what to pay attention to. So that they actually want people to be like, I don't even pay attention to that stuff. So like if you feel overwhelmed by conflicting stories or too much data, or you feel like you know enough to know you're being lied to, but you don't know enough to be able to call it out, you're right where they want you to be. Like that's where most people are like, fuck it, I'm just not going to pay attention. You got to push through that. You got to push through and be like, you know what? I know they want me not to pay attention, so I'm going to pay extra attention. I'm going to go out of my, and you know, this is coming from me. I don't fucking research shit. I don't know shit. Yeah. But in theory, in principle, one of the things that we mentioned last time was comparing like the dystopian futures drawn out in like 1984 versus Brave New World. And 1984 posited a future of like total totalitarianism where information was censored and restricted and you weren't allowed to think and you weren't allowed to speak. Well, Brave New World was more, the dystopianism was there's so much constant distraction and there was a plethora of information. You were overwhelmed with so much information that people didn't care. Right. They were like, I'm just going to watch TV and I'm just going to go to the circus and I'm just going to, you know, take some soma and you know, just chill out, you know? So I think definitely think it's a blend. We definitely live in a surveillance society at this point. You know, we got tracking devices and microphones everywhere we go. Everything we're doing is
our smartphones.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Everything we do, everywhere we go, everything we say is being recorded, whether we know it or not. It can be used used against us in a court of law, whether we know it or not. But yeah, I definitely think that's more along the lines of the overwhelming amount of information. So much of it either misleading, just completely false, or like irrelevant, that you end up in this place where it's like, look, I know I'm being lied to, but I don't know the truth, so I don't even know what to say. Like an abusive relationship.
Yeah.
It's like that girlfriend, it's like, I know you're fucking lying to me, but I don't know where you've been, so I can't sit here and fucking, you know, make an accusation, you know? That's exactly where we've been at as
also,
people.
You're the problem for not trusting me, by the way. You're the problem. Not me. It's you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. That is oh my God.
Yeah.
Damn, dude. I didn't realize I was being abused this whole time. But yeah, I mean, so since then, you know, that's where we were at 2-3 years ago now. where are you at with all this now, especially given your your scientific background?
So I'm at the point where I'm definitely complacent. That's for sure. I don't worry about COVID anymore. That hit me right around the time that the Delta variant and the Omicron variant were becoming like big things in the news. And I saw the trajectory where, okay, we're starting to have this thing. It's going to mutate every year. It's going to behave like viruses that we know, like the flu. What was interesting to me is that happened much quicker than I thought it would. I thought we would get there within like 5 years, maybe 4, but it seems like 2 years in, and we're already at the point where this is just kind of a common virus that we're going to get. What I'm really interested to see is what the long-term effects are going to be. Because the key difference with the coronavirus between maybe like compare it to the flu is isolated to a part of your body. But the coronavirus, it has the spike protein, which is the damaging part of the virus. It's able to travel in your bloodstream, which means it goes to every organ in your body. So what I see happening is within, I don't know, maybe a decade or two, people who have been repeatedly infected, maybe, immune compromised people with not good health, people who work in high-risk environments, healthcare workers, schools, whatever you name it. I think there will be chronic damage associated with it. And we don't know what it's going to be. It's literally going to be something that we find out as it's happening. But again, that's the conspiracy theorist in me. But judging by our track record, we're usually pretty on point with those things.
Yeah.
So we'll see how it goes.
Not just the conspiracy theorist in you, though, but like the logical thinking person who can put shit together like that. I was listening to a podcast recently with Eric Weinstein. I don't know if you know him. We were actually talking about his brother in the last one that we did a few years ago. We talked about Brett. Brett is a biologist who studied like bat viruses. Like that was his specialty.
Interesting.
So way back in the very, very beginning, like before, so I had already listened to him before we did ours. So this is back like early in the pandemic. And he came on Joe Rogan's podcast saying like, look, I have studied this shit. This is my specialty. This has all the hallmarks of something that was grown in a lab. And he went into great detail, far greater detail than I could do right now. I'm not even going to try. But he lined out how it looks very much like this was lab made. Like all the signs point to that. Anyways, his brother, also a very well-educated, intelligent guy, he was on recently talking about how one thing that I feel like a lot of people don't talk about or think about is that like there wasn't just like COVID. It wasn't just the first pandemic. Like they unleashed a virus that's already mutating. Like we're going to have, just like the flu, we're going to have a new strain of this thing for the foreseeable future till the end of time. We're just going to keep getting new variations of this same thing that keeps mutating and keeps coming back. So instead of just having the flu and the common cold, now we got like a third thing out there that's just like, oh yeah, this just comes around and hopefully it doesn't mutate to the point where it's even deadlier,
Oh, so here's the bright side. You ever played that computer game called Pandemic?
No, actually.
Okay, he knows what I'm talking about. So it's a game where you are a virus, bacteria, whatever it is, and your goal is to infect the entire human population before they can create a vaccine that eliminates you. And so you gain functions. Funny word there.
Yeah.
And you gain resistances to things, heat, water, whatever it is. But there's a balance to the game where if you are not lethal enough, you kind of like go unnoticed and the immune response gets rid of you. But if you are too lethal, you kill the people who are carrying you.
So you can't spread.
Right? So there is that balance. COVID is going to mutate to a point where it is not a lethal virus anymore, unless there's like this weird one-off mutation, that dies out quickly or is contained. But it is going to mutate to a point where it is just another everyday part of our lives. But that doesn't account for chronic effects that we might see in the future. But we don't know what those are going to be. They have ideas, brain function is a big one, kidney function is another, heart function also. But they're kind of just watching them. Which kind of brings me to a point. Have you heard anything about long COVID? since
I've
the
heard
pandemic.
about it. Yeah, I've heard that term before. I joke all the time. I think I have long COVID because I'm chronically coughing. I think it's just because I smoke a lot of weed.
No, it could be, yeah. But no, let's
Might be
blame it
long
on COVID.
Yeah, exactly,
It's,
exactly.
You know, COVID, that's our excuse, man, for a whole lot of things. It's COVID. I remember that was a big thing. And I think it could have been a scare tactic, right? You're talking about how we don't get all the information. We just get the bits and pieces.
You think long COVID was a scare tactic, or?
I think it's real, but I don't think they knew enough about it to make it as big of a deal as it was. But since the pandemic has kind of become like back burner topic, you know, like the CDC is reducing its restrictions to a laughable amount, sort of thing. I haven't heard anything about long COVID, and I don't know where that's going. You know, what happened to these people? Are they still experiencing it? Do we know why it's happening? I feel like that would be the key to understand the chronic effects we might see in the future. But I haven't heard anything about it.
Yeah, if it's real. Yeah, I'm not
If
saying
it's
it's not.
real.
I'm not saying it's not real, but I'm just.
See, that's what's weird about anecdotal evidence, right? You know, like he said, she said type things. It's like you want to trust these people, but if you go to a scientific world, whatever it's like the study of viruses, whatever it is, they tell you don't trust anecdotal. But at the same time, there are people who are experiencing this. I don't know, it's weird.
And also on the flip side, they would tell you don't listen to the anecdotal shit, trust the science, trust the data. And it's like, we just watched you guys fucking manipulate the science and the data for 2 fucking years so you could get the pharmaceutical companies their money back. And as soon as they made enough profit to reach that line, now it's like, don't worry, no more masks, no more regulations. I think all the time about how, like, you know, some people got the vaccine willingly and eagerly, you know, and that's fine. I have nothing against vaccines. I'm not an anti-vaxxer or anything like that. What I am is I'm anti-mandate. I do believe in people having the right to choose for themselves on most of these things. Obviously, the argument is that, like, well, for the public, for the protection of blah 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 blah, we mandated it, but it's like, we know that's bullshit. We know that the pharmaceutical companies are in bed with the media, and that they use their influence over the media to drive this hype and to get a lot of people who didn't want to get vaccinated and essentially force them to. And there's always the arguments like, well, they had a choice. It's like, okay, the choice was get vaccinated or lose your job. And you know, it's a very easily traceable. What happens when you lose your job? You can't pay your bills. What happens when you can't pay your bills? You get evicted. What happens when you get evicted? You have nowhere to go. What happens when you have nowhere to go? You're essentially on the wrong side of the law. Maybe you get a warrant out for your arrest because of a ticket that you didn't pay. You don't either you show up and you go to jail, or you don't show up and now you want to be arrested. So it's like,
there's
it's
no
not
such thing as a choice in vacuum. You know, like these have effects.
So it's like they had a choice. It's like, yeah, you didn't literally put a gun to their head and say you have to get the vaccinated or I'm going to get the vaccine or I'm going to pull the trigger. But there was a traceable path to where now there is a gun pointed at them. You know, we have a warrant for your arrest. Either come with us or some shit's going to happen. So it's like, that's I don't know how much of a choice that is. I don't know how much choice you're giving someone there.
I got the vaccine unwillingly. I had to enroll in college to defer my student loans, and it was a requirement for my enrollment that I would be vaccinated against COVID. So I just went out and I got the Johnson & Johnson. I was like, I'm going to get whatever it is that I feel like is the most similar to whatever I've already gotten, right? It wasn't a new vaccine technology. It was pretty comparable to, you know, your standard vaccine. And, you know, I had been reading all these articles about, it's not effective, all that. And I was like, I don't give a shit. I want to stamp my card so I can go to school. And, you know, that's what I did. And then a week later, I got COVID. So it's like, doesn't even matter, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got my card. It's in my wallet. You know?
Just to be fair, because I really don't want to come off as some crazy conspiracy theorist or anything like that. Like, I do, just because I don't have any data or any reason why I can argue against it, but I do believe that the vaccine is effective for the vulnerable. Like, I think that there is good data that supports that if you are one of those people who is likely to have severe effects or die from COVID, like immunodeficient, elderly, whatever, I do think that there has been good data that those people did need the vaccine. But it's people like you and me who are relatively young, relatively healthy, who statistically aren't really at any serious risk of COVID in the first place. That's where it gets weird to me, is the mandating, not anti-vax, but the mandating of the forcing for people who don't need the vaccine to get the vaccine. And here's the best part, any side effects, you have no legal recourse.
Right.
What the fuck? How blatantly, clearly corrupt is that shit? So you're telling me that the pharmaceutical companies who have bought the media have made a deal, are being supported by the media. The media is going through all kinds of campaigns to go jump, just hoop after hoop after hoop, campaign after campaign to convince you that this is safe and effective.
Sole supplier contracts too. These are the only people that we can get the vaccine from.
Exactly.
Mandated by the government.
Yeah, and if something goes wrong, if you fucking if you go to the hospital or if you die, if one of your family members dies, you can't do anything about it. There is no legal recourse. How clear does the corruption have to be? How clear does the the dynamic have to be for you to see, like, okay, if this was truly safe and effective, why don't you just let people take it at their own risk? And then if it's safe and effective, people will want to take something that's safe and effective. Yeah. If you have to force somebody to do something against their will and set up a system so that they can't do anything about it if it goes wrong, sorry, you're not screaming trustworthy over here.
And to be fair, these the mRNA vaccine, the new technology that was implemented, it was being tested for quite a while. I don't have specifics. I think I remember reading something about one that had gotten revoked by the FDA. But so they've been working on this technology for a while. It was when COVID came out that they sort of ramped up the research and production to produce the specific one for COVID, you know. And I'm not anti-vax. What I was struggling with was making a personal health choice without all the facts, right? And even if you just look at it on paper, it is an emergency use authorized vaccine, which tells me they didn't have enough time to test it. They're not entirely sure what's going on with the vaccine. They have a theory, right? On paper, everything probably looks wonderful. But I didn't want to be the guinea pig, you know, which is weird because I usually do like being the guinea pig. But when it comes to something that may have lasting effects on my health, I would prefer to wait and sit it out. You know, this is not your chickenpox vaccine that's been around for decades. You know, it's something entirely new that they created under emergency. And so, like you said, for vulnerable populations, that makes sense. You know, you're 80 years old, you have diabetes, you don't got much time for chronic effects, right? Yeah. Totally makes sense. I would get the vaccine if I was in that position. But like you said, young, healthy, no real reason to be scared. My biggest fear during COVID was that I would infect a vulnerable person of my family, like my grandma or my grandpa, who both have diabetes and they're older, you know? And so it's like you said, it's like that choice is being removed, you know?
Well, and then this is the first time that we've seen in all of human history, I'm pretty sure, anytime there was some kind of thing, you quarantine the sick. But this is the first time we saw a mass quarantining of the healthy. And it's like, what got me was like the hypocrisy of like, here's a perfect example. We went to Buffalo Wild Wings one time, and we walk in, all right, and the lady at the front is like, "Oh, you have to wear your mask for me to seat you, but you can take it off when you sit down." And literally, the table we were gonna sit at was like the distance between me and David right now. And I was like, "Can I just go sit down?" She was like, "No, you have to wear your mask to sit down." I was like, "But when I sit down right there, I can take it off." She's like,
"You're checking the boxes. That's all that matters."
Yeah, and it's just like, dude, like, I'm all for doing the right thing, protecting the sick. If you have an immunocompromised, you know, grandparent, I'm not gonna be around you. Or if I feel like I'm sick, I'm gonna be careful about that shit, you know. But the idea that there's a difference between me standing up and sitting down 5 feet away that requires me to wear this mask, is like, dude, this is theater. It's theater, you know. Like, and I don't appreciate the theater of it. Like, if you want me to take it serious, you have to treat it like it's at least make it good theater. Yeah. You know, like,
and you know what it takes to like try and disprove something like that that's common sense? I read research papers, fucking like doctorate level researchers would go through, they would model the physics of air circulation in an office space. And they would do it, and they would compare if you were wearing a mask or if you weren't wearing a mask, where did the air particles go And it basically was, it doesn't fucking matter. And they had to spend who knows how many like thought hours, how much money went into these models and all these things. And that's what it takes to try and change the narrative, right? When it's something as simple as common sense. Like, obviously that person sitting right there, it doesn't matter if I'm wearing a mask or not. It's just, it's insane, you know? I feel like it takes more effort to try and prove something true than it is to just go along with it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Definitely. Yeah. It's a way easier to just do what you're told than it is to think for yourself. And I hate that. I really am not into the whole idea of like sheeple or calling, because like, dude, like there's a time and a place. You can't be in charge everywhere you go. There's a time when you're a leader and there's a time when you're a follower, you know? Like when I'm coaching wrestling practice, I'm the leader. But when I go to a different wrestling room, that guy's the leader and I'm the fucking follower. I do what they tell me to do. So like in my wrestling room, I lead. In your wrestling room, you lead, you know? It's like, yeah, you know, but with that being said, I do really feel like this pandemic did a really very interesting job of just showing on a mass scale, especially when you have things like paranoia and panic setting in, just how much that you could control people. And that's something that I've been saying for a long time. I definitely feel like this is one of the biggest psyops of all time. Now, I want to be clear with that. I don't think that COVID was created and or released to be a psyop, but once it became what it became and was gaining steam and going that direction, no fucking doubt in my mind, all of the major intelligence agencies, the CIA, the FBI, the fucking NSA, the whatever they are all over the world, in different countries and stuff, all of those agencies are like, oh, this is the perfect opportunity to get as much data as we can on what it takes to make people submissive and listen in mass, maybe even turn them on each other, see what it takes to control a mass population. How easy is it to steer this large of a ship? And it was so much fucking easier than you ever could have imagined.
You know, it's funny you mentioned that, because one of the things I wanted to talk about today was the different emergency use powers federal agencies have been implementing since COVID came around. This is something that is documented in on paper, you know, because like these psyop things, you know, we're speculating here, but we have documented things where federal agencies are overreaching their sort of scope of control, right? And the Supreme Court has come to step in and decide whether or not this is legal in terms of the eyes of the Constitution and the power that Congress holds and all these things. And this really, it relates to me because it has to do with my student loans too. So if you'd like, I can go through sort of the background of, first off, how we got the Supreme Court that we got today, which I think is a fucking hilariously sad story, and sort of where their mindset is and what the agencies are trying to do.
Yeah, give it to me.
All right, so back when our man Obama was president, he was at the end of his term. I think it was probably 2016. And I'm not good with names, so forgive me here. One of the Supreme Court justices had died. And this was at the very end of his term, you know, his second term too, so he's out the office. And I remember he nominated a justice who was considered middle ground, right, in an effort to preserve the balance of the court. And the Republicans in the Senate basically told him, that's not fair. You can't do that because you're on your way out. And because they had a majority in the Senate, they basically stalled the vote to the point where his nomination was sitting just in limbo until he was out of office. And then President Trump got elected, and he put in a conservative real quick, right? At the end of Donald Trump's fourth year, another justice either stepped down or died, I don't remember. And it was becoming clear that he was going to lose. They didn't know to who, but like his approval ratings were so low that it was like, dude, this guy's on his out. And he just shoved in another conservative as fast as he could. The Republicans in the Senate voted him in like that. So that's sort of how we ended up to this Supreme Court, which is very conservative leaning. It's considered a 6-3 majority, conservative versus liberal. I think it's wild that like the hypocrisy there, you know, that the Republicans would tell Obama, hey, you're on your way out. You can't do this. And then they were very aware that Donald Trump was going to lose. And they were like, you know what? let's get your nomination in as quickly as possible because we know you're on your way out.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, I mean, that's the thing, though, is that I don't think hypocrisy is exclusive to either side.
No, it's
to any. I mean,
it's
if,
not. But they do it like it's nothing. You know, they brush it off and they're like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, but I mean that I just have to be fair here because I'm not a Republican. I'm not a Democrat. I don't subscribe to political parties or teams in that
Same.
way. I believe in ideas,
Same.
and meeting in the middle somewhere. But if the Democrats had the power to pull that exact same thing, they would. They might dress it up with fancy words and reasoning and how like we're on the side of the people and this we did this because it's the right thing to do. But ultimately everybody in that building is out for themselves and not their constituents, no matter how fancy and pretty their words are. There might be the odd one or two in there that are actually there because they mean what they say, but most of them are just trying to fucking play the stock market, go in there, do some speeches for hundreds of thousands of dollars, and then walk away into the sunset with as much money as possible, no matter what color team they're representing.
You know, it's hard for me because I pay attention to what I'm interested in. And from what I've seen, it's only the Republicans that play this like dirty politic, right?
How do you mean?
In terms of like a filibuster in the Senate. Basically, they know they're going to lose a vote, so they just don't vote. They just prevent the vote from ever happening. And that could just be, recent history. Maybe that's sort of the position they're in, and this is the only card that they're able to play, But yeah, I can't think of anything where the Democrats have done the same. But then again, the only mainstream news that I read is probably CNN or NPR, which are probably liberal leaning. I don't read Fox News.
Probably.
Yeah, okay, most definitely liberal leaning. I'll fix that. But when I'm interested in something is when I actually do my own independent research, And so one of these things that I find really interesting, the Supreme Court has taken up this new idea that they call the major questions doctrine. And with the conservative majority in mind, they're taking a look at federal agencies and specifically COVID policies that they enacted using emergency authorization, right? These emergency powers were like, hey, let's see what we can get away with, that sort of thing. And they're trying to see, do you have the authority to do this? And so the first thing that they took upon themselves was, I think it was at the height of the pandemic, the CDC put out an eviction moratorium, which said you cannot evict people for not paying rent. And the Supreme Court took this up and they said, hey, you're the Center for Disease Control. Why are you controlling rent policy? And there was no good answer other than it's an emergency and we need to do this. And they said that is unlawful. Congress did not give you that power to go ahead and do that. And that decision, I completely agree with. Like that, honestly, it does make sense. I get it that the CDC is the center for information for viruses and things. Why are you affecting economic policy? Doesn't make sense, right? Another one was the EPA put a limit as to how much pollution that a coal plant, power plant, factory could put out. And I'm not sure where the emergency authorization came from there, but they took it up with this same argument. And they said, okay, does this fit in with the authority that Congress has given you, right? And they use this term a lot. Is it in your wheelhouse, right? And to me, I would look at that policy and I would be like, okay, Environmental Protection Agency, limiting how much pollution you can put into the atmosphere. That one kind of makes sense, right?
Yeah.
No, the Supreme Court said this is not explicit authority that Congress has granted you. You cannot do this, and they struck it down.
Well, so that's just to chime in real quick is that because I don't know the official, I haven't read the fucking documents what official powers have been given to the EPA or whatever, or but I get what you're saying because on its face, does something like the Environmental Protection Agency, does the amount of pollution that goes into the atmosphere sound like something that's in their jurisdiction or in their wheelhouse? It sounds like it, but if it's not explicit, whatever actual specific policy they're trying to implement, if it isn't explicitly outlined, then what you got to do is you got to amend it get it outlined, and then you can do it. You can't
Right.
do it and then amend it post hoc. I do believe in the that's what checks and balances are for. You can't do something outside of your jurisdiction and then make it your jurisdiction after. If you want to do it right, you got to amend things so that it is within your power, and then do that once it's within your power legally. So I really don't know, but yes, on its face, that does sound like should be something that the EPA would have the power to do. I just don't know.
It's interesting you say that, because that's the Supreme Court's exact argument. It's like, hey, if you want this to get done, go to Congress, get it passed in legislation, right? But you and I both know Congress is not very good at getting things passed, right? I feel like in recent history, Congress has been designed to not pass shit. I haven't seen anything go through Congress that is like, wow, that's so good. Look at how much that's accomplishing, you know? Maybe there were some COVID measures they got through that I wasn't paying attention to. But it seems like every year they just fight about things, and they try and argue over money. They stall the budget, and then they send $500 billion to Ukraine, and they call it a day.
Yeah,
And
they have the power to do that.
Yeah, but they can't enact actual meaningful policy. All right, sounds good. But yeah, it's interesting because I studied environmental chemistry, right? So one thing I learned about was the Clean Air Act, which gave the EPA, it actually created the EPA and gave them the authority to regulate certain pollutants, right? And they were very specific. It was like sulfur and nitric acid, right? Because the East Coast, there were so many power plants that were burning coal there that it was creating acid rain and literally destroying crops and affecting human health. And they were like, all right, you're going to go through and you're going to monitor these specific pollutants, right? And that's where it ended. So now when they're going through and they're trying to eliminate how much carbon can you produce, I could see how, okay, that wasn't explicitly written into law, but we now know that this is important, right? We now know that this is something we should limit, and we're not going to wait around whatever the decade it would take to get Congress to pass something that says, okay, you can now regulate carbon. We're just going to go ahead and do it because we know it's in the best interest of the people. But the Supreme Court, especially when you have a conservative majority, doesn't give a shit, right? They're like, what does the law say? Do you have the authority? So that brings me to my final example, which is student loan debt, right? Biden has announced his program of student debt relief, right? Which is $10,000 forgiven up to a certain income threshold, $20,000 if you were under federal grants for poverty, right? And then they're also going to restructure the entire payment plan, which is what I honestly was excited about. Because for me, 10 grand is a drop in the bucket. The repayment plan restructuring is going to change the trajectory of my life significantly. And they're doing this using emergency authorization under COVID. In post 9/11, Congress released the HEROES Act. They love their fucking acronyms, man. And this was after 9/11. It was designed to help military members with student loan debt, which is if you get deployed or you sign up to join a war or there's a national emergency that you get called to, there's a lot of sort of wiggle room that they give you with your student loans, right? So they'll defer payments with no interest. You can enroll in programs that will forgive your debt as part of the military and this sort of thing. And so it was I know this one because I studied it closely. There's an explicit thing that says during a war, an armed conflict, or a national emergency, the Secretary of Education has the power to waive or modify any any policy having to do with student loans. Okay, so COVID was declared a national emergency. And the Biden administration said, holy shit, this is our chance right here. We're going to go ahead and we're going to fulfill this campaign promise of forgiving student loan debt. So they basically said, this is our authority right here. And this is what we're going to use to enact this plan. And the Supreme Court, I think it was last week, just heard the arguments for this case. And they're pulling up this same major questions idea of, does this fit into your wheelhouse? And do you have the explicit authority from Congress to do this, right? And so this is where I'm kind of at. I feel like either way you go, you're both right and wrong. I don't think Congress was predicting a pandemic when they wrote this law. It's called the Heroes Act.
Yeah, yeah.
Clearly geared for the
National
military.
emergency is probably like we're under attack.
Right, like 9/11 I would probably be a national emergency, right?
Yeah, yeah.
But at the same time, we know that politics does not get things done effectively, right? And I don't know if he has the support in Congress to get actual legislation passed. So do the ends justify the means? I feel like that's the argument where I'm at. But the Supreme Court doesn't care. They're like, okay, do you have the explicit authority from Congress to do this? And I'm pretty sure they're going to say no. They're going to strike down his plan in court because it's that idea of they have the authority to waive or modify. I don't think forgive fits under that that definition, you know? And I find it incredibly interesting because this is like the fundamental principles of our government at work, right?
Yeah.
The Supreme Court's going to go ahead and just check the power of federal agencies, which fall under the president.
Yeah, yeah. Well, so my thoughts on that. This is actually kind of. We'll see if we get to it. I don't want to get too entangled, but it kind of segues a little bit to Roe v. Wade, and that kind of the overturning of that brought me to this realization because a lot of people do feel that way, where like the Supreme Court is exploiting their position to like block like liberal policies and stuff like that. But I'm gonna be honest, as I'm not a fucking PhD or anything on history, but I did study history, and one thing that I've been studying very, very carefully for a while now is like the 1930s, 1940s, because I see a lot of what was going on back then rhyming with what we go on here. I don't know if you know that quote, but history doesn't repeat itself, but it often rhymes. I see a lot of rhyming going on. There's the precedent or the preceding 1918, the Spanish flu. That's a pandemic. That's the last major pandemic until ours. So now we have ours in 19. There's the economic collapse of the stock market, the economic outcomes of COVID collapsing a lot of stuff. That rhymes. Social unrest, tilting towards kind of people starting to open. You see a lot of people being a little bit more open to ideas of like fucking Kanye West out here straight up like praising Nazis. You know what I mean? Like that praising of fascist ideas. That happened the world over. Like that was all that was going on in Germany, Italy, Soviet Union, Britain, England. You know, so I see a lot of rhyming going on. And one thing that I do think, maybe I'm just brainwashed, but I do appreciate the Supreme Court using its power to stop federal overreach, because it's not about, for example, like relating to the student loans. They're trying to say that you don't have the power to do something that's not explicitly given to you. If they were to go along with that and say, well, you know what, we can make this exception and then make the change after, that's how you have a political party, maybe a cult of personality type figure who runs the political party, says, I'm in charge now, I'm going to make an executive order, and then we're going to change the rules after the fact. Hitler was elected. Hitler did not steal power. He was legally elected, and once in power, used executive authority to change the laws. So, like, actually, I'm going to do an executive order where there's no other political parties. To be in a party that's not mine is now illegal, and we're going to change that. I don't have the legal authority to do that, but I'm going to do it and then change the rule after the fact that I do have the authority. So, relating back to the Roe v. Wade part, first of all, I want to be clear. I don't know if I've talked about this on the podcast yet, but I had nothing wrong with Roe v. Wade. I felt like the Roe v. Wade thing was a very good compromise. We got first trimester is pretty much a no-go. Second trimester, first trimester is all you. It's all your choice. Second trimester is like, maybe with the doctor's recommendation. Third trimester, no-go. That's like, we're kind of given a compromise to both sides here. Woman has total control at first, and then it's a life, even though it's not born yet, essentially, in the third trimester. It's a nice way to meet in the middle. I had no problems with it.
And I don't know if that tracks with actual, like, the development of a fetus or whatever, but it seems like at least you're putting a timeline to it.
Yeah, and you're what I appreciate is the compromise. It's not like a, you know what, this is what we say. If you don't like it, fuck you. It was a pretty good, like literally, like we're completely meeting in the middle here. So I did not have any problems with Roe v. Wade. But the argument that I've heard why the Supreme Court was right to take away the federal government's ruling is that if you believe, because a lot of people say the federal government should have some kind of executive ruling that says abortion is legal everywhere. That means if you believe that the federal government has the right to deem abortion legal everywhere, regardless of what the states voted for. That means you also believe that if the party that's in charge of the federal government wanted to do a federal law making it illegal in all states, you also believe that.
Yeah,
You either believe that the federal government has the power to override the state's congressional rulings, or you don't. And I do believe that the right thing is that this is not the federal government's choice. It's up to the states. If you want abortion to be legal in your state, go out and vote, elect people who are pro-choice, get them into office, and then they will pass legislative, not judicial, they will pass legislative rulings that or whatever that make it legal to get an abortion in your state. If you give the government the power to do oversweeping, overriding authority over things, it might be good for your party, but as soon as the opposite party who's against you gets in, they're going to overrule everything, and they're probably going to, you know how the pendulum swings. You know, they're going to be like, oh, you guys wanted it legal? Well, guess what? Now it's illegal under penalty of death. You know, and I have the authority to do it because you think the federal government should have the authority to make these kinds of decisions. So that's where I stand on kind of relating back to the student loan thing. I've got nothing against, you know, policies that help out common people. I mean, fuck, dude, I'm no billionaire. I'm no major corporation. You know, I do think that laws should be tilted in the favor of the constituents who elect these people. But, you know, at the end of the day, you know, you gotta go out and elect those people. So if you're not, as a people, and it's not on an individual basis, it is in a sense, but it's also like up to the group. The group is made up of individuals. So if all you individuals come together and say, you know what, we want abortion to be legal in our state, we want student loans to be forgiven in our state, you get together, you rally, you vote, you get those people in there, they pass those laws. That's where I think that I do see I do understand, like, limiting, like you said, watching our system work in real time, watching these checks and I do think that they're very, very well structured. Are they perfect? No. I'm sure that there's room for improvement. I'm sure there's things that could be amended and changed that make the system work a little bit more fluidly, and so we don't end up getting stuck in filibusters and running out the clock. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, I do think that there are things that could be changed, but unintended consequences. That's the thing. You gotta be very careful about what kind of changes you want to make, because, you know, your change to get in fucking such and such now might end up giving a lot of power to the next Hitler down the line. Fucking as soon as Kanye gets elected, dude, all heads will roll.
It's funny you mentioned that because back when Obama was president, he used his executive action to do something with the DACA program. I don't remember what it was, but I remember it created a lot of outcry from Republicans specifically, and they basically said, you don't have the power to do that, but he got away with it, right? And it was one of those weird things, right, where I totally agreed with what he was doing and why he did it, but I also understood, like, dude, you don't have the authority. You can't do that. And so he set the precedent for when Donald Trump was elected. Donald Trump took that action and just took it to the next level. He just started doing executive orders here and there. Like, anything he fucking wanted was an executive order, you know? And it's like, how can you be upset? You know, Obama started that precedent, right?
Yeah.
And so that's kind of like how we got to this point. But I have mixed feelings about the federal government, because I'm definitely, I think, local minded when it comes to things. I think a lot of the reason that people don't care about politics and that they get lost in all of the information bombarding and all these things is because we're focused too big. You know, I'm a Southern California native. I grew up out here. This is all I know. I have no idea what the people in Oklahoma are dealing with. I don't know what they need. I don't know what they're asking for. I don't know what their day-to-day life is like. And I feel like it is part of the reason why our politics get so disconnected, right? So when you have this big of an environment, how can you pay attention to everything that's going on, you know? The intention of the federal government was a military alliance, right? It wasn't this big overreaching controlling organism that it is now, with all these federal agencies that are only answering to the president, right? The EPA, FBI, CIA, CDC, all presidential agencies.
Yeah, till
Right.
you step on their toes and you get fucking assassinated in Texas.
Yeah, exactly. You know, okay, they get their money from Congress, but that's all Congress can control, right? But at the same time, without an overreaching federal government, slavery would have existed much longer than it did. The civil rights movement probably would have never happened, you know? It's all these things that, specifically, I look at civil rights issues, right? That the federal government came, stepped in, and said, okay, you know what? This is not fair to the citizens of our country, right? And stepped in. You know, even gay rights, dude, which are now under a conservative majority in the Supreme Court questioned, which is insane to me. You know, I feel like we're definitely backtracking in civil rights ideas.
Well, see, that's the thing, is that I get what you're saying, and I you might even be correct, but I still stand by. I don't think that I don't think the federal. I don't think the Supreme Court is trying to make it federally illegal to be gay. I think that they're trying to say is that it's not up to the federal government to decide that. It's up to the states. So, for example, if you make a federal ruling, say you have a Democrat president and he makes an executive federal ruling somehow that nationwide gay marriage has to be legalized, that opens the door to the next conservative president to come and be like, I'm making an executive order to make it illegal nationwide. It shouldn't be up to the federal government, you know?
But then you're just stuck with the incapable legislative branch. They can't seem to do anything. And, you know, it's like, okay, like, are you just going to wait for our golden moment, you know? We get lucky in the polls and we elect a majority that's able to pass through whatever majority that is, that's able to actually do something. Because I feel like right now the legislative branch is designed not to work. They're always, you know, just passing shit back and forth. It'll get passed in the House and then go back to the Senate. The Senate will change it, send it back to the House, and the House changes it, sends it back to the Senate. It's this back and forth, you know, if they even vote on anything.
Yeah, I would say I don't think it's designed not to work. I think it's designed in a manner where it can be exploited not to work, and that brings me back to what I was saying at the beginning. A lot of these, you might have the odd one or two guys in there actually believe what they say, but it doesn't matter whether they're the red team or the blue team. They're there for them fucking selves. Here's a big difference I would say that I noticed between like Republicans and Democrats. Republicans will come out and say nice sounding shit, like they might be like, oh, this is for God, or oh, this is for fucking blah blah blah, the Patriots. But they'll come out and more or less like they're into the whole like there should be billionaires. Like they're into the whole like, well, why shouldn't someone be rich? Like they'll
By
come
the
out
bootstraps type of thing.
exactly. Like they'll come out and say the thing that's like maybe not the popular opinion. And be like, well, this is just the way it is. Yeah, I am selfish. I believe in selfishness. And people are like, can you believe how selfish these guys are? Meanwhile, the Democrats are just as fucking selfish, but like the elected ones, not like the voters, but I mean like the fucking Democrat politicians. They're just as fucking selfish. They're playing the stock market and exploiting the system and bending the rules to their will and their favor just as much as the Republicans. But they get on the stump and say, can you believe this guy next to me? What a selfish asshole. But they're doing the same thing.
And they'll be sure to touch on at least 5 to 7 buzzwords in their speech, you know.
Exactly. Yeah, and that's where it's like you guys are both. I like I said, I'm not like on either side, but one thing that makes me just a little bit more distasteful towards the Democratic politicians is that you say you're not like them, but you are like them. At least they're fucking being honest that like, hey, I'm selfish. I believe in people getting the most for themselves and looking out for themselves. That's what I believe in. Then the blue guy behaves, his actions say he thinks the same way, but his words are shiny and pretty and sugary, like, no, I believe in the people and doing what's right for the people. Meanwhile, I'm making millions on the stock market. Where's that going? You redistributing that to the people? No, you're fucking buying mansions and you're going and doing speeches for these fucking big corporations and helping big pharma force people to take vaccines they don't want. You know, like you're all in bed with each other. It's just you say you're not, and that's the slimy part. If you're gonna be a lying, like selfish piece of shit, own it. Don't lie and say you're not, and be like Like I'm sure you've seen that meme where it's like the Andre show or whatever, or what's that guy's name? The Eric Andre show,
Andre.
where he like it's like Democrats shoots the guy. He's like, how could Republicans do this? You know, it's like don't get me wrong, Republicans are out here shooting the guy too, but to be fair, I will be fair. Republicans also play the blame game too, where they're like, "Well, look at that. It's just a bunch of fucking whataboutisms." You know, anytime you criticize fucking Biden, it's like, "Well, what about when Trump did this?" It's like, or if you criticize Trump, it's like, "Well, what about when Biden did this?" It's like, dude, my original criticism's still valid. They're both still fucking selfish, evil pieces of shit. You know, but there's this like weird whataboutism. A video. Just thought of it because the speaker's on.
Real quick, I don't think the money is going to get passed, but I do think that restructuring the payment plan falls under that authority. If anything gets passed, it's going to be that. And here's the cool thing. They've lowered the income under the income-driven plans. So I think it went from like 5% to 2% of what they call discretionary income, which is whatever's left after paying for rent, food, insurance, all those things. And if you're on that plan and you're making payments, you don't accrue interest. To me, which means there's a light at the end of the tunnel. It's one of those things we're gonna have to wait and see what they decide. You know, it's expected by summer, so we'll see what comes of it. I don't have high hopes for it. I was saying earlier, I feel like they're definitely gonna strike down the forgiveness, but maybe they'll allow the payment restructuring. So that's the biggest deal to me, is that restructuring of the payment plan, because that's actually like, it gives you a way out, which I feel like there never really was before. You know, if you're really saddled down with that.
That's what makes me feel like they're definitely not gonna fucking restructure that payment. You think they want to give you a way out?
Okay, but I feel like that. God, come on, waive or modify, right? Those are the key words: waive or modify. I feel like that's a modification to a payment plan.
Well, no, I'm part of me is just joking, because it's like, yeah, obviously, you know, if they actually believe in what they say, yeah, they want that. But, dude, you know what? One thing that the fucking Matrix had ahead of its time, human batteries, dude.
Yes,
straight up. Like that's where we're at, man. Talk about like the way they're using us as guinea pigs for these pharmaceuticals, and just like, honestly, this is a serious question I've pondered before. Like, I'm not pro slavery or anything like that, but like, every great civilization has always been built on the back of fucking slave laborers and exploited people, you know? Like,
we got capitalism, which is just slavery with extra steps.
Well, yeah, you got the prison system, you know? Like, that's the thing, you know?
Sure.
Or like, you know, like minimum wage. It's like, oh, well, you have a minimum wage. It's like, yeah, not enough to live off of. Minimum wage isn't supposed to be a living wage. It's like, okay, so I'm just supposed to fucking break my back till I die, and then you replace me with some other broke bastard.
That's the idea. Like, fucking people are asking for a livable wage, and people are like, you don't deserve that. Like, the key word there is livable.
Yeah. Well, other key word too is deserve. I mean, does anybody ever deserve anything in a fair, egalitarian society that operates through laws that can't be broken? Sure, but
I feel like I deserve to live.
I think the same way about you, and I think the same way. I think we deserve to live, but ultimately, if this is the wild, you don't deserve shit.
Okay.
You deserve what you get. If you get eaten alive, you didn't deserve to live. You should have fucking hid better. You should have climbed the tree. You should have rolled around in some mud or something. These lions aren't thinking about you. These bears aren't thinking about what you deserve. They're just hungry.
That reminds me of all these like zombie shows. You know, like you got Walking Dead, or the new one that came out, The Last of Us. It always starts as you know, man versus zombie, and you give it a few episodes,
Becomes
and then
man
it's
versus
like
man.
man versus man.
Yeah,
You know,
exactly.
it's like, okay, the real threat is not the zombie.
Yeah, they get around or used to the zombies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can manage the zombies. It's you fucking asshole next to me that's gonna eat me if I pass out. You know, that I gotta worry about.
Chop me up with a machete if I don't fucking listen to you.
Those damn cannibals. There's always cannibals, man, in these zombie shows.
Yeah, you get hungry. Oh man. Well, you know, obviously we're not going to solve the fucking student loan crisis or the federal government. I think.
Oh, I thought you were about to say cannibalism.
We might solve that. We might solve. I'm going to be honest. I am pro cannibalism. Let's start there.
Survival of the fittest, man.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to steel man cannibalism for you right now. No, I'm just kidding. No, we're back with our second round of St. Brendan's Irish Cream Liqueur. This is brought to you by St. Brendan's. No, it's not. Can I get in trouble? Can they sue me if I say that this is brought to you by them and it's not?
For sponsoring them when they didn't ask for it?
Yeah, misrepresenting them, like I say the N-word or something.
Yeah, it depends on how offensive we get.
Okay. We'll see how good it tastes. If it doesn't taste good, then I'll say something flagrant. But we are now drinking breakfast in Dublin. That is some bourbon whiskey with St. Brendan's Irish cream and some maple syrup. So let's see how this one.
Cheers.
Cheers. Cheers, gentlemen.
I think I like that one better than the first. The maple is a nice touch.
Yeah. It's got a little bit of a bite from the bourbon, but then it's quickly soothed by the maple syrup.
Oh, I feel that.
That's yummy. I think I might have mentioned it at the beginning there, but this St. Brendan's pack is a gift from Kaleb here. Got it for me for Christmas, this past Christmas. So thank you for that. I'm glad to share it with you.
All right, the truth comes out. I bought this for you the week before Christmas because me and my girlfriend were on a booze run, and I just thought it was convenient.
Hey.
So there you go. Don't feel bad.
It's more than I got you, so I appreciate it. I always feel bad not getting shit for Christmas.
I get it, man. I'm the type of person that's not really good with gifts. So if I don't see anything that I'm like, hey, somebody would like this, I just don't get you a gift. I'm not gonna lie, because I'm the type of person. I'm not really a gift guy. People buy me gifts that I never use. It's fucking March. I have a box in my apartment of Christmas gifts.
Oh no!
It's just sitting there because I don't use them.
Yeah.
I don't want them. And they're there, and I feel bad because I feel like they're wasting money on me and all these things, but yeah, I don't know. That's just where I'm at with gifts.
Yeah, I'm kind of similar in that sense, where like you buy me booze, I'm drinking that. That's one thing that if you get me that, I'm definitely using it. But like
you and Tiff got me a bottle opener. Had this cool like Americana style bear on it, and it was like
nice.
It was one of those built-in fridge magnets. I still have that to this day.
Nice. See, some stuff makes it.
Yeah,
But dude,
that was a good gift. I needed that.
yeah, was that before your apartment or?
Yeah, that was when I was in college still.
Oh, so that was a while back. Nice.
I would throw parties and shit, and everyone would be like, "Whoa, this is so cool, bro."
That's sick. Well, speaking of college, that's something I know we talked about it briefly when we were talking about COVID and stuff, but I've always been curious. I just wanted to know more. So what was it that you studied in college?
So I went to school for originally biochemistry, because I figured it was a good middle ground. I could apply it anywhere, and I started taking these electives that were geared towards environmental science, and I quickly became really interested in it. And this was sort of at the time where climate change was becoming mainstream. It was no longer this thing that we were arguing about, really. It sort of became the accepted science, and the people who were denying it were considered, outcast type of thing. And I remember it being such a big deal, and I was interested in it. And I was like, fuck yeah, let's do this. Here's my chance to make a positive impact in something that I'm interested in and that I'm good at. Which apparently I was not the only one who thought that way. I was reading an NPR article about a year ago, basically saying how when climate change became mainstream, all of these people like me geared themselves to make an impact. And they graduated, and they're like, okay, here I am. Where do I go? And policy hadn't caught up yet, because in this field, most of the work is going to be governmental, right? Which is like regulations or monitoring or things like that. But the legislation hasn't caught up yet to the point where we can start employing these graduates who are now interested in this field and who are dedicated to making an impact. Anyways, I chose to also get a minor in political science because, first off, I just find that shit interesting, man. It's like, how do you get these hundreds of millions of people to agree on something? I love it. And also, I wanted to be able to understand policy and learn how to use it to my advantage and how to impact it in a positive way. And so far, I have done none of those things.
Thought you were using a sandblaster for a second there.
Okay, sandblaster. That was for a battery company.
Gotcha.
So I guess, lithium batteries, they fit in there. It isn't exactly what I would like to do.
Have you heard anything about the latest controversy or public awareness of cobalt mining and stuff like that?
I've heard it's the new conflict mineral.
Yeah, yeah. What if, I mean, how much of that have you heard about?
What I know is that it comes from primarily the Congo, which has always been a conflict zone. Got a lot of extremists out there. Congo has a history of being exploited. You ever hear those stories about how the Dutch used to cut off their hands?
Mm-hmm.
They didn't meet rubber quotas,
Yeah.
So they have that history there. And it used to be gold, conflict gold, and diamonds were the big one. And now it seems to be cobalt. It's really interesting that this renewable energy sector is, kind of bringing up these rhymes with history. You were talking about that.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely think energy storage is a big deal. It's going to be a key element of, the green revolution, as they call it.
Mm-hmm.
But actually, this kind of segues into another thing I wanted to talk about, which is these different ways that people have been able to come up with to store energy. And so I'm the type of person that loves a simple solution to a complex problem. And so all the focus seems to be on batteries, right? You think storing energy, okay, you're just going to give me a good battery, right?
Mm-hmm.
But people have come up with all these ways to store energy in very simple ways. One of the first ones that I learned about was in Vegas. They have all these solar farms, right? They have enough energy to power a majority of the strip. It's like insane how much energy they can produce. The only problem is they produce it during the day with solar. And so one of the things researchers are trying, they call it a gravity battery, which means they use the extra energy to power an electric motor on a train that's carrying a shit ton of rocks. And they carry these rocks up a hill during the day. And then at night, when they need to produce energy, they let them roll down the hill very slowly. And they use brakes to recapture that energy.
Oh, like a regenerative.
Yeah.
Like on hybrids.
Exactly. Hybrid cars have these regenerative brakes that converts this energy that you're essentially wasting. It's waste energy.
Yeah,
and they're able to turn it into usable energy.
Hmm.
And so they're doing that with a hill, an electric motor, and some rocks, right? How insane is that all these people are researching shit tons of billions of dollars into lithium batteries because this is supposed to be the key to the future, right? And you got these dudes in Vegas carrying rocks up a hill.
Sisyphus.
Yeah, exactly. And it actually goes back to physics, this idea of work, right? They call it work. If you put energy into an object, that energy is stored in the object, right? Like you can think of it as a dumbbell, right? You got it in a hang position, and when you lift up that dumbbell, you've put energy in, and it's resting here. And when you let it go, that energy is now being dissipated, right? And so it's that same idea. And people are coming up with all of these ways to use this energy. And so one of them that I think is my personal favorite is you build a tower, right? You put a motor at the bottom, you put a chain, and you lift the weight up in the air, right? So you're generating excess energy. You lift the weight up into the air. In the same concept, you use brakes, and at night, you let that thing slowly fall down. And as it's falling, it's generating energy and powering whatever you need to power, right? They've also done it with wind. So they'll compress air into some chamber, and then they can slowly release that air, and they use really complex gear ratios and things to maximize the energy output. But literally, they just compress air, and when they need energy, they let the air out.
Like a balloon.
Like a balloon. Exactly.
That's funny.
A balloon with a really complex gear ratio at the bottom of it.
Yeah, yeah. A balloon on rails.
Right, so there is science going into it, but to me, that's such a simple solution to a complex problem. How do we generate clean energy and then store it, And it's been around for a while. It's not a new concept. You think of hydroelectric power, the idea of, preventing water from moving, and then it stores up, it builds, gravity potential, and then you let the water out and it powers your turbines. Or windmills even. They're taking that excess energy from wind, turning it into power. So I think that there is a path to a green revolution, so to speak, that isn't just battery technology.
The problem is, come back to corruption and shit, is that there's so, like you said, there's so much money at stake. There's so much shit being invested and speculated on these major companies and these major investors on shit like lithium batteries and cobalt and stuff. And if you come along with something cheaper, something more reasonable, something better, they're like, well, fuck, how am I going to make money off of that? It's oddly similar to the whole ivermectin thing, or what, like, you know, like we're trying to sell our vaccine, and you got this thing that might help, that's cheap. Fuck no, that's horse dewormer.
And a lot of these things are already open source, and if they weren't, how hard is it to figure out, put an electric motor and carry rocks up a hill? That's not a complex problem. It doesn't involve any cobalt that you need to mine in Africa or anything like that. So you literally just strap an electric motor and slap some magnet brakes on it, and there you go. You got your energy. You know. So I feel like it's really important, because when you consider the push for clean energy, the ones who are always going to fall behind are the ones without infrastructure, right? And so that's going to be what we call the third world. It's going to be Africa, India, maybe parts of Southeast Asia, some of Eastern Europe, that sort of thing. And we know that climate change is a global issue, right? I did some work in an atmospheric lab in college, and one thing that stuck with me is that it takes an air mass, like, you know, basically just picture a pocket of air. It takes it about 2 weeks to circumnavigate the entire Earth. So when you think about that, pollution in China from their factories is not a China problem, because guess who's downwind of China? Us.
Yeah.
California, you know. I just think if we're going to be tackling this issue as a planet, we need solutions that can be applied anywhere.
Yeah.
So if you think of a gravity battery, you can put that anywhere. You know, just like a windmill. You know, you can power an entire village with a windmill. You can do the same thing with an energy battery, you know, or a gravity battery. Sorry.
But why waste all this time building a gravity battery when you could just use a human battery?
Well,
And if they fuck up, you just cut their hand off.
Dude, have you seen those plans for energy generating walkways?
No.
So basically, they'll pave a road, they'll put magnets on it, right? And then they'll put magnetic tiles on top of it. And when you walk on these tiles, you're pushing them down against the magnet, generating energy.
Interesting.
So literally, your movement is powering the grid.
Yeah, like the street light next to you or something like that.
Exactly. You know, and I can't tell you how much energy that generates. It's probably not enough to power your house. But at the same time, you're taking waste energy, which is the friction between you walking and propelling yourself, and you're turning it into energy. You know,
That's cool.
It's like it's like the concept of recycling: reduce, reuse, recycle.
That makes me think of. Do you ever watch Black Mirror?
I have, yeah.
You remember? It was one of the. I think it was the second episode where it's called 10 Million Merits, where the guys like everyone has their own little like room with like an e-bike or whatever, and you earn merits by pedaling the bike, and like if you have enough merits, you can like buy shit with it or something like that. It just made me think of it like I've always had the thought like powering your house. Like, wouldn't it be cool if there was some kind of contraption where you had a bike? Like if maybe you pay for electricity or gas or whatever, but like if you want to lessen your bill, you just get on your house attached bike and you just ride for however long you want. You can ride for 5 minutes, you can ride for an hour, you can increase the incline or whatever so that you're generating more with each like revolution of the pedal. You know, like that I'd be down for that. You know, because then you're saving money on the energy and you're exercising.
Yeah.
You know, it's like I want to play video games, I don't have enough electricity, guess I got to get on the bike, you know.
Otherwise that energy is wasted.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, dude. Speaking of, it made me think of Sisyphus. Have you guys been watching Physical 100?
Yes,
dude.
I have. I've seen it.
Oh, you haven't seen it?
It's so good.
It's like a game show. Basically, it's a Korean game show. They call it like real life Squid Games. They don't kill them, but they have like these physical challenges. Everyone they have 100 people that are all like the best, most in shape people in Korea, and they have them do like these various like challenges and stuff. One of them is like whoever hangs on to like a bar for the longest gets like an advantage and stuff. And then did you finish it?
I did. I
There-
binge watched it. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
Finished
yeah.
it in about a day.
Yeah. Oh god,
Okay,
it took us
but
like a week. But
To be fair, I don't speak Korean, and I don't like reality TV shows, so I just skip through all of the bullshit. I don't care who you are. I don't care what your backstory is. Okay, you're a cyclist. Good. Let's see how you fucking wrestle for that medicine ball in the mud pit. That's all I care about.
that's funny. You didn't listen to the dub version, or
They dubbed it?
yeah,
I had
yeah.
no idea.
Oh,
I totally didn't
yeah.
know.
So for me, what's extra fun is that when you listen to the dub version, it's like a live action anime because the voice acting's so bad. Like they're all Korean and like they're talking in Korean, but then the dub is all like, "Hi, my name's Jin Wong, and I'm here to do this." And it's just,
God.
it's so the voice acting's so fucking bad. It's like I'm like, oh man, these guys are fucking going Super Saiyan over here.
That's funny.
One of the last events was there's a bunch of different events for like the finalists, and one of them was the punishment. They were all based on like ancient mythology, and one of them was the punishment of Sisyphus. It was 4 contestants have to push a 100-kilogram rock up a hill and back down to the other side until the last man standing.
Yeah.
It's fucking brutal, dude.
My favorite was they put together a team of 10, and they have to push a 1.5-ton ship.
Mm-hmm.
Before they do that, they load it with another half-ton of weights.
Mm-hmm.
So they're literally pushing a 2-ton ship across like this berth, and then like a sand, and they have the logs, and they have to roll it across the sand, and then up another berth, and they have to
Yeah.
lock it in.
Dude, it's
It was- it
brutal.
was. And you got these dudes like one of the guys, his fucking quads were probably like 2 of my heads
Yeah.
put together.
Oh yeah, yeah.
was
Fucking
insane.
Kim Kang Ming or
I
whatever.
can't tell you their name. I'm not gonna lie, I had a hard time keeping track of who was who.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of them.
And
They're all
there's-
named Kim. Because I mean, in Korea, your first name's your last name, right?
Yeah.
And it's like Kim Il Sung, Kim Jong Il.
Dude, even they were getting confused. Like, what? Remember in the final they were picking their teammates, and one of the guys was like, "I'll take him," and everyone was like, and he was like, "Wait a minute, I got his first name wrong. I mean him. I mean him."
Yeah.
He
That
changed
was-
his mind.
That was actually kind of fucked up because the guy was all stoked. He's like, "Oh, he picked me." He's like, "Actually, never mind. I meant that guy." He's
Yeah.
all, "The fuck?"
can't
like all
remember their
super
last name.
deflated.
I like how they threw in a few Americans in there, like the fucking strippers.
Yeah, the best part, they're all like, regardless of, like this contest was designed to find out the perfect body type, regardless of age, race, or gender. There's like one black guy, one white guy, and one old guy.
Well, it's Korea.
Yeah, exactly. How many fucking?
Yeah, so like the only Americans in there were, I think, I mean, at least that they showed. I think there was another one that didn't make the camera, but there were
yeah.
2 strippers, white guy and a black guy, and then there was like a baseball player that just looked like he was tired of being there the whole time.
I know, and he actually
Yeah.
made it pretty far.
did,
He
he
made it to
did.
the semifinals.
He was a tall guy.
Yeah. Oh man.
Steroids, man.
No, he didn't even look athletic. He was just fucking tall and lanky.
Speaking of steroids, they were supposed to have a press conference, and they had to suspend the press conference because a lot of stuff has been coming out about the contestants on that show with
Oh.
domestic abuse.
Oh.
So a couple like past girlfriends have come out and said, you know, he used to do this, he used to threaten me in this way, he used to get physical in this way, and now they're suspending the press conference while they investigate.
Oh, like a press conference, like after the show, like where they all come out.
Yeah,
Damn.
Netflix was running it,
Damn.
and Netflix decided they weren't going to do that while they investigate.
I know. I mean, fucking, how much is gonna get done over there?
Yeah,
Those accusers are getting sent right over the border to North Korea, dude. Dude, we're bringing a lot of good press to fucking South Korea right now. What the fuck are you doing? That's the thing, is that like you could tell in the show, like I'm sure there's regulations and somewhat oversight and shit, but like there was one event where it was a 1-on-1 where there's like a leather ball in the middle, and whoever has possession of it at the end of the time wins. And dude, they were going at it, you know, like some people got
was
fucking
intense.
slammed on their head and on their back and shit. It's like, I don't think you could do this in America. This would not be a fucking. There'd be way too many legal loopholes or hoops or whatever you got to go through to get this shit approved.
what I liked was so you got to choose your opponent based on how you did in the first challenge, and there were some people who like they would go for people similar to them, right? They would like try and evenly match, and there were some dudes who would just like find like the shortest chick in the crowd and be like, yeah, you and me.
Yeah.
And the chicks were pissed, man. They were like, really? Are you serious?
Yeah.
And
and one of the guys, like, hey, I'm here to win. One of the guys that picked the chick.
that was the guy who, like, at some point, this chick, she was fucking ripped. She could beat me up. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, the bodybuilder chick.
The
Yeah.
bodybuilder chick.
Yeah.
And he wasn't trying. He had this weird, like, ego about him.
It was a little awkward.
Yeah. And then she pissed him off. She, like, threw him to the floor. Like, it was a good fucking throw. And then he just got pissed, and he spent the whole match with his knee on her chest.
Yeah,
just
yeah.
like pinning it to
knee
the
on
floor.
belly. Fucking.
And
He was an MMA fighter.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And what was weird too is that he had this weird like smugness about him, and he kept looking up at because the other contestants are watching from above, and he kept looking up at them all. Like giving them that little nod.
He was telling them to shut up.
Yeah,
They were all
yeah.
complaining. They were like, "This isn't fair. You can't do that to her." And he was like,
I mean, hey, all's fair, it was a little. That one was definitely awkward.
What was cool though is they had 2 arenas that you could choose from, and one of them was like just a fucking mud pit, dude. And it was like, this is where all the bros went to wrestle.
Yeah,
it
just
out.
fight. Yeah.
And so they would pick up the ball and they would just throw the ball off to the side, and then they would wrestle for 3 minutes, and then whoever got the ball at the end won. And it was just it was so entertaining. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to season 2 already.
But there was another arena. Have you ever seen like professional tag?
Sometimes, yeah, okay.
It exists. There is
Yeah.
professional tag.
Yeah, I've seen that before.
It was built to be a professional tag arena. And so all these fast guys, they would go and they would pick somebody who was like big and bulky, and they would be like, I can outrun you. And then they would always drop the ball.
Yeah,
dude.
yeah.
They would like drop the ball at the last second.
Damn.
and the big guy would get it.
Yeah. And so the big guy would get the ball, and he would throw it in the corner, and then he would defend it like a bulldog. He would just be sitting there, and he'd have this look on his face. He's like,
Yeah.
And the skinny dude just could not get by him for the life of him.
One of those big guys, he made the finals. One of
I
the
liked
guys-
him actually. I
Yeah,
liked him.
yeah. Then in one of the final events was like kind of cardio based. He was done. He was literally like he
was wheezing.
The fucking the square flip.
Yeah.
That shit was brutal.
Which didn't look too difficult. Again, from my couch, it looked pretty easy.
No, that shit looked difficult to me, dude. What's so funny? You're just making me think the physical 100 games that they came up with. They just make me think of all the like random weird like games / sports that other countries play that like you don't even know. Like, dude, have you guys heard about chess boxing?
Chess boxing.
Yeah, dude, Dave, pull up.
You're gonna say like quit it.
No, pull up some chess. That's fucking normal compared to chess. So chess boxing is there's a boxing ring and then a chess board outside the ring, and you take between rounds. You have a round of boxing, and then you go play like a round of chess for like 2 minutes or whatever, and it's like 2 minutes in the ring, 2 minutes on the board, 2 minutes in the. So you have to like, so you're boxing. And then you also have to think while you're tired and your adrenaline's pumping. You have to think and like calculate chess moves. Go on YouTube. Check out chess boxing on YouTube.
Is the idea if you give your opponent a concussion, he's not very good at chess?
I think it's just probably actually. Now that you mention it, yeah, I think it's like also that. But I think it's just the idea of like making because chess is super complex.
Right.
You know, like it's a very like high level problem solving.
Are you ready for our 6th fight?
All right, what we got going on here?
Fighting out of the white corner at 6 foot even, weighing 183 pounds.
Oh man, I'm
Give it
itching
up
like I was in
for
physical 100. Skip the
Cobalt.
nonsense. I want to see them punch each other.
Wait for this fight. This
3 minutes
is
in,
what
hasn't even
dreams
started.
are made of.
Holy shit.
There's so much
Lawrence!
pageantry.
Yeah. Hey, that's what people like. Yeah, that's why people
Not
like
me.
fucking
Not
WWE.
me.
dude.
Oh, he's caught him. Still
Oh god, their
left
technique's
and
terrible.
right is a mob. Lawrence sneaking and jab. Big shots
Their
landed
hands
for
are
both
just
fighters.
flopping.
I know, they definitely look like chess players. Fucking check.
He took a hard hit.
bro.
Bullfago giving the standing 8 count for Lawrence Trent. A monster
Check on the
tight as
feet.
hell in his corner.
That was a massive left hand from Amon Hamilton.
We knew going in he was the better chess player, but I did not
He
know
was
he
the
was
better
better
chess
boxer.
player.
Back to business. Lawrence landed 2 jabs to keep him on at bay.
Amon's looking for the finish with 45 seconds on the
Shot
clock.
landed halfway through the boxing round.
No defense to be seen from either.
Lawrence grapples. Comes to
I
recover.
love that.
Separates.
No defense to be seen from either.
Showing her.
40 seconds.
Okay, they're both shit boxers.
I know. You can tell by their body types too. These guys look like chess players, not boxers. They look like me.
That guy's just eating punches.
Oh, good slip and counter right for him.
Oh, he hurt him. Oh, the referee steps in.
Oh, what? Oh, he's waving it off?
It is all over.
Oh, no. He's still going. What?
Hamilton
What?
TKO.
Fixed. Fixed. They put the fix in on this one. Are you kidding me?
Man, you know, the chest must have really tired him out.
Dude, Trent got robbed.
Out of our control.
Holy
At the end
fuck.
of the day, talk to me
David,
about
look
the
up,
route because these type of people don't get the call.
Russian car boxing or Russian car MMA. This is the random shit that'll pop up on my Facebook feed. I find like a new random Russian sport like once a month at least. There's like 4v4 MMA. There's like one big guy versus 3 little guys. Fucking Russian car boxing or car MMA.
Why
There's
is
one
it
where a
always
dude
the
gets choked
Russians?
out using a seatbelt. They start off.
Oh,
in the
I've seen this.
car
I've
jitsu.
seen this.
Car
Car
jitsu.
jitsu.
Are you kidding me?
I like how they're fighting in a convertible.
He's all, what? What's wrong? Back to starting position.
Частичный сброс ситуации, но максимально справедливый вид за процессом слит Мартан. Опять они вываливаются, какие же ребята.
Is he trying to keep him in the car?
I think you have to.
Look at him. He's propping him up.
I think he's trying to keep. Dude, this is so fucking fun. You know this became a thing because so many Russians were getting in fights in their cars with each other. They're like, you know what? They should make this a sport.
I like how they make him reset and he's just got his nuts in his chin. Like,
Опять они, ух ты.
See, homie's bridging. He's bridging way too hard. He's trying to bridge his way out of the car.
yeah, he's pressing.
Oh my god.
He got his hips up. What happens if you fall out of the car? There they go.
Car jitsu. I know.
Баловаться не надо, говорит Мартан. Таксист. Однако продолжает шоу. Настоящий профессионал.
Oh shit. Is he gonna submit him from the bottom?
Кстати, Игорь захватывает его
No fucking way. Okay. Close,
Maybe the
close.
convertible wasn't such a good idea.
Немая сцена кормления сына. И вот Игорь начинает освобождаться от этого бремени. Не вываливайся.
Dude, homie keeps squirming out of the car here.
Знает, как повлиять на этих бойцов. Таксист ждет указаний сверху, получает их. Вот как интенсивно работает. Игорь даже и не ожидал, видимо. Вниз падает. Опасно.
Stop. Is stop the same in Russian as it is in English?
Oh my god.
Старайтесь бороться в этой зоне, не вываливаться. Все ясно?
Скандал.
See, this right here is the original starting position. This shit has happened so many times in Russia. They're like, we should turn this into a sport.
Конечно, агрессивнее, да. Но Игорь еще и не начинал. Он ничего еще не начинал, его просто вываливали из машины.
All right, that's good. That's good.
Сейчас
Holy
посмотрим,
shit.
кто же сильнее.
Dude, I remember there was one time I saw one where a guy got choked unconscious with a seatbelt. Like
With a
this.
seatbelt.
Yeah, they used the seatbelt to fucking choke him out. That was my favorite. That's how it's like, man, this guy's he's really playing the sport here. See, this is how I think we should solve the war in Ukraine. You just
Car
take
jitsu.
Yeah, just Zelensky, Putin, one-on-one car jitsu match. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man. What are your thoughts on what's going on in Ukraine right now?
I feel like it's a problem that's been developing a long time. You had the invasion of Crimea during, I think that was Obama's presidency.
Like 2014.
Mm-hmm. And he kind of got away with it, right? I remember it happened so quick that it just like at one point Crimea was no longer Ukraine, and to me, that one made sense. You know, I play a lot of these real-time strategy games, and it's like you want to acquire resources, right?
Mm.
And for Russia, Crimea makes sense. It's a strategic port. They were able to connect it to their infrastructure, and it gives them access to the Black Sea. Black Sea. It gives them access to the Black Sea, which then gives them access to the Mediterranean, which gives them access to the entire oceans. You know, this new war in Ukraine doesn't seem to make sense to me strategically. until you take into account NATO.
Mm.
Basically, it was Ukraine, and it might have been Moldova. Don't quote me on that. Ukraine and another country that used to be Soviet Union have petitioned to join NATO, which is all the Western countries going to basically ally up. NATO was formed after World War II in an attempt to prevent World War III from ever happening. And as soon as they put in their request to join NATO, before NATO even had a chance to vote on it, Putin invaded Ukraine. Because at the point where NATO or Ukraine joins NATO, now we are able to establish military bases in Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
We are allowed to put nuclear weapons in Ukraine.
Mm-hmm. Russia's backyard.
Exactly. We gain a strategic advantage over Russia, we being the United States and the major allied Western powers.
Mm-hmm.
So in a preemptive sense, it makes sense, right? Strategically, I don't know what the eastern region of Ukraine has to offer. There's that one power plant that everyone's worried about because they feel like the Russians can't manage it. Gee, I wonder why.
Too many car jitsu fights.
Huh?
Wheat. I heard wheat.
Wheat?
Food source.
Okay, yeah, Ukraine is a major food supplier.
But I don't know that for a fact.
Other than that, it's pretty much it, But honestly, my opinion of Ukraine is that I hope that they maintain their independence. I always root for the underdog. Obviously Russia here is exercising its power. They just have sheer numbers to throw at Ukraine. It doesn't seem like they care about equipping their people that much. But honestly, I don't feel like the United States should be as involved as we are, to the point where we're sending billions of dollars of aid to this country in the same breath as we're saying we don't have enough money to support poverty. We don't have enough money to support student aid. We don't have enough money to support housing.
Mm-hmm.
That to me, that doesn't make sense. But that's the problem, is that we've put ourselves in this position where the United States is the policeman of the world, right? Where if anything is going wrong, we're the person to step in because we have the military presence and we seem to give a shit for some reason. And funny enough, it always seems to work out in our favor. We police a conflict and in the process just gain access to all of their natural resources. Like, ooh, hey, I wonder how that happened.
Yeah. Well, and see, you're talking about how I don't know why the United States is involved as we are. The thing is that at this point we've gotten in the situation where without Western, but particularly United States intervention and financial and military backing and support, Ukraine would lose overnight. So it's like what the United States end is in this. Ultimately, I don't know. I know that there's that what's so funny is that for the longest time, for a decade or so, there's been all kinds of news articles, and it's been a known open secret that Ukraine is rife with corruption.
Mm-hmm.
And not I like I said, I'm not on a political party.
Dude,
or anything,
they just elected a Donald Trump. Zelensky is a talk show host.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and not to mention, so when Trump was in presidency, there was all kinds of talks about him being in bed with Ukraine and corruption with Ukraine, and then
I thought it was Putin.
Or I'm sorry, him being in bed with Putin, and then it comes once Biden's in the presidency, then we have the laptop thing going on where there's clear corruption going on with fucking Biden and like Hunter Biden and being on the board of something that he has no qualifications for, getting hundreds of thousands of dollars with documentation of him saying make sure the big guy gets his cut. So we for the longest time, for a decade, we've known that Ukraine is corrupt as they come, and then now that Russia is attacking them, we just got to go in there because it's the right thing to do. It's like we don't ever do anything because it's the right thing to do. We do things because it's in our best interest. Our being the United States and the deep state, the powers that be that keep the country running, not us, the common people.
Using the military arm to go ahead and profit economically.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, so the thing that gets me about it is that because I've been like I said, for the last couple of years, I've kind of been obsessed with the early 20th century because I see so much rhyming in what we're experiencing now to what was going on back then, and I've been really obsessed with all parts. I've been trying to research them all parts equally, but I put a lot of research into Germany and Hitler and his regime and his history and stuff like that because I'm trying to figure out who's the next Hitler. Is it Putin? Is it Zelensky? Is it us? Who is it?
It's not Zelensky because he's not in a position of global power like Germany was.
Well, so
is what I would argue.
Well, so here's I'm at the point where, and I feel like a lot of people are at this point, and like I'm not the first one to come up with it, but based off of the places that they line up, I think that Putin is in that Hitler-esque position. He's stated that one of the worst thing that happened in the 20th century was the collapse of the Soviet Union. His goal is to reunite Russia with its lost lands, and like you said at the beginning, resources. The entirety of like Mein Kampf and what Hitler's laid out explicit. He told everybody what he was going to do before he did it.
Was pretty laid out.
He said he wanted Lebensraum, living space. He wanted essentially resources. He said the German people are we deserve to have enough resources to support our society, our civilization. And if we don't have them, we're going to take them. And one of the worst things that ever happened was the signing of the Versailles Treaty by the November criminals. And I'm going to undo what was done by the November criminals, the German powers that be that signed that Versailles Treaty. And I'm going to bring back I'm going to reunite Germany with the lands that used to be ours.
The Versailles Treaty was after World War I, where Germany had to basically admit fault for
total,
everything in World War I.
Total
right?
capitulation and signing over of lands that used to be theirs. So now it's so like almost one for one here. We've got a guy who's been, because I mean Hitler first entered politics like I think in his 30s, and the war ended when I think he was in his 50s. So he was involved in the politics for 20 plus years.
Okay.
Putin been involved for 20 plus years, been building this regime, been building this cult of personality, been building himself up as the strong man, the uniter, the protector of Russia.
Definitely some Russian machismo.
And what's his goal? To undo what happened at the fall of the Soviet Union. Oddly similar to undoing what happened at the fall of the German Empire.
Okay.
And so Crimea in 2014, almost 10 years ago, that was like the beginning of we essentially appeased him. That was the beginning of the appeasement, where we're like, okay, we'll let him have this one.
What was the first country that Germany invaded? Do you know?
Was it Austria or?
I should know this.
Because I remember
it was bordering it.
I
Because
feel like
Poland was the last straw. There was one before. There was one. Czechoslovakia was a big one. There was one before Czechoslovakia.
Because I remember they invaded somebody and they got away with it.
Mm-hmm. And, well, they were
Same
applauded.
concept.
They were like the people. The first countries that they took over welcomed them with open arms. They were like,
Really?
Finally, they're coming. They're saving us. Like, we don't want to be a part of these Westerners.
I did not know that.
Yeah, like they were applauded in the streets. Like and then that's when they came in and they were like, hey, you want to know who caused all this shit? The Jews. And then that's when the pogrom started, where the people, through the encouragement of the Nazi government, so the government didn't come in and punish the Jews. They got the people to do it through their oversight and through their encouragement. It was Czechoslovakia. Czechoslovakia was the first one, and then Austria. So Czechoslovakia and Austria were considered the bloodless conquest because that was all through the power of rhetoric and speaking. Hitler took over these places just by essentially talking and bluffing.
So were they part of the German Empire at that point, or were they independent states allied to Germany?
They were former parts of the German Empire that were given independence and freedom, like their own national independence as a result of the Versailles Treaty. And again, I'm a little fuzzy on the specific details, but basically Hitler sold them a bill of goods that like, you guys got the raw end of the deal. They told you that they were freeing you guys, but now you're subject to their rule and their authority, their taxation, what their needs are. Like you're not Westerners, you're Germans. So they got in the streets and applauded the invasion, or not the invasion. It essentially was an invasion, but it was a bloodless conquest. And then Poland was after so much appeasement, finally the straw that broke the camel's back was Poland, and then they're finally the Western powers were like, look, we can't put up with this shit anymore. We got to fight. So
Interesting.
there's an odd rhyming going on where we've got a strong, well respected by his people leader with a bunch of rhetoric about restoring the country to its former glory. And what's very interesting is that one thing that I've heard like a praise to Biden and the Biden administration and the Western powers is that when they saw way back, has it been a fucking year now that the Ukraine war has been going on?
You mean the special military exercise?
Exactly. Exactly. Which anybody who's playing a fucking like what's it called, Age of Empires or whatever, anybody who's played any game like that knows when you're lining up your troops on the border, you're preparing for invasion.
Yep.
So in World War II or the beginning of World War II, Germany starts lining up its troops along the border, says it's just doing routine exercise. Oh, it's nothing serious, nothing to be taken serious. And the Western powers, France, Britain, they were so devastated, like not only financially but like mentally, like psychologically by the horrors and the losses that occurred during World War I. They were just, we'll do anything not to go back to war, because they were the victors. They were like, we won. We'll do anything not to go back into this situation. But the losers were like, well, we have nothing to lose. We lost.
They had an army, just real quick, because they weren't supposed to.
Oh, Germany.
Yeah, they were demilitarized. Right?
Yeah, and they built that shit up. Yeah, in secret, on the sly. So it's funny that this time, that's one of the praises that I've heard of the Biden administration, is that they called that shit out quick. Like, they were like, no, they're going to invade. And he's like, no, we're not. We're just doing routine military exercise. Like, no, you're not. You're going to invade. Fucking preemptively get ready for this shit. And then Putin's back was against the wall. He's like, fuck, they know what I'm going to do. They're Nazis. Invade. Yeah. We're invading because they're Nazis. So it's a little buzzword. It's like, well, no one likes Nazis, so we'll just say that they're Nazis. Which that's a whole other rabbit hole. Oh, yeah. We've talked about that before.
They're using that same rhetoric that they're liberating their people. Right? They're like, historically, the people of this region of Ukraine are Russian, and we're going in there and we're making them Russian again.
Yeah. But
then they're also gathering them all up, putting them on trains, and sending them to fucking Moscow and other parts of central Russia, basically eliminating their chance of getting back into Ukraine, right?
Yeah.
It's very strange, because how can you in one breath say that they're Russian and then in the other breath take them away from their homes?
Well, because it's bullshit.
Well, there you go.
Because it's a military annexation,
And both sides of the media are going to spin it to whatever way benefits them. That's the end of the line there. I definitely think corruption, for sure, is a legitimate issue, especially in that region of the world. Corruption is pretty common. It's one of those things that you anticipate, in terms of whether that justifies not aiding Ukraine. I don't know. For me, the biggest factor that says, okay, we should not be aiding these people is, for one, again, it's this idea of the policeman mentality. The United States is the policeman of the world. A lot of these countries don't appreciate that. They don't want foreign involvement in their affairs because we always spin the situation to align with our best interests, right? And two, we have so much problems in our own country that why are we investing so much in another country that we don't have direct involvement with? I don't think we need Ukrainian grain. We are one of the largest food producers in the world. We constantly send corn across the globe. Like the UN hunger campaign in Africa is pretty much exclusively supplied by U.S. corn. It's one of those things that, like, clearly it's some like Cold War remnant bullshit going on, where we feel like we just can't let Russia have this power, so we're going to go ahead and arm Ukraine to prevent Russia from getting power, which is the same thing we did in Iraq, which is the same thing we did in Iran, and none of those situations turned out in our favor. Why are we doing it again? It's one of those things.
Yeah.
But it's interesting. You compare it to Hitler and World War II. I see also a lot of things similar with World War II, big picture wise, which is like the fast alliances, right? where everyone's scrambling, trying to figure out, okay, obviously a fight is happening. Who are our friends? So you get France, Spain, the United Kingdom allying up real quick. They're trying to get the U.S. involved. The U.S. won't join until we get involved directly with the
Pearl Harbor.
Lusitania. Was that World War One?
I think it was World War II. Yeah.
And Pearl Harbor too. And then you get Germany. They're getting like you said, the bloodless conflict. They get Czechoslovakia, Austria, Hungary,
Italy, Russia. They were originally allied with Russia.
Huge parts of Africa too, which I think are really significant because Morocco essentially took Spain out of the equation for the Western Front. Spain spent all its time in Africa. But you fast forward to now, and you get the Ukraine, and I think it's Moldova trying to join NATO. And before they have a chance, Russia invades, takes that opportunity away. They're still trying to fast track their initiation. And as soon as they do, that opens up so much more military aid that can go into Ukraine. But in the meantime, both Sweden and Finland have now been fast-tracked into NATO, and they border Russia. So that's a huge deal. I think, who tried to invade Finland? Somebody tried to invade Finland in World War II and just got absolutely smacked.
Sniper units, right?
Yeah.
It might have been Germany.
I think it might have been Germany.
Because Germany, they with the advent of like the Blitzkrieg style, they took a lot of people by surprise and like were able to conquer places. Like they conquered France for a minute there.
Yeah.
And fucking Nazi banners on the Eiffel Tower.
I feel like they conquered France in a minute.
Yeah. Yeah, because it was, dude. Oh my God, what's so crazy about that is like. And that's what's weird about living it right now in real time is that there were so many opportunities for the West to beat Germany, and they got lucky so many times. So many bluffs that weren't called, so many risks that went their way. There was like at least like 5 or 6 times where like Hitler went on record and was like, "Dude, I'm glad that worked out because if it didn't, we would have been fucked."
Yeah.
But yeah, I think there was there. I don't know if this is a different one, but that movie on Netflix right now called Narvik. There's a movie about.
I haven't seen it.
It was like the turn of the tide in Scandinavia, where they had been kind of conquered quickly and dominant, like definitively by Germany, and then there was like the first battle that kind of like turned the tide, and then the rest of it was slow, and it was a lot of lives lost, but it kind of turned the tide, and slowly the West started to battle back.
For some reason, I thought it was Russia that invaded them, and I don't know why.
It might have been because there was a period of time there where originally Hitler reached out to Stalin and was like, "Hey, we're both more in agreement with each other than we're in agreement with those Western fucking capitalist motherfuckers. Like, let's team up." And then Hitler made the fatal mistake because increasingly, with the anxiety and the pressure and then the drug use, he became super paranoid. So he was just convinced that Russia is going to turn on us. So we'll catch them by surprise and we'll stab them in the back first. And Stalin was devastated by that. Stalin literally was stoked on Hitler. He thought him and Hitler were fucking friends. It took like days, if not like weeks. It took a long time. Like his like advisors, his most close people were like, "Dude, Germany's betraying us. They are attacking us on our soil." And he's like, "No way, dude. There's no way. Hitler wouldn't do that." And it wasn't until it became undeniable, and then he was like, "Fuck Hitler. We're fucking going with the Allies. We're taking this shit seriously." Which, bringing it back to the rhyming, that's where I'm kind of at now. This is a new thing that I'm starting to kind of put together, but like, so in my mind, where I'm at right now, Putin is in that like kind of Hitler, the main bad guy.
Okay.
And right now, like you're talking about the alliances, we've heard a lot about the alliance roughly between China and Russia. And I view China / Mao, or not Mao, what the fuck? Xi.
Winnie the Pooh?
Yeah, Winnie the Pooh.
We're going to get censored. If
Yeah,
you know that.
fucking Winnie the Pooh. He is like Stalin. They got that kind of like that closed off, super strong but super walled off like authoritarian left regime there. That's kind of Stalin was doing the same thing. Stalin was like, I'm just gonna sit here and whoever is the most likely partner to help end up with me on top. That's who I'm gonna go with. That's what China's kind of doing. And
I feel like it's reverse. I feel like Putin is the Stalin, and Xi Jinping is the Hitler, right? Because for me, he checks off more boxes, right? Aggressive expansion, close internal affairs, right? The government is largely in control of production, okay? And also, this is the last box that he checks off that Putin doesn't, is what is xenophobiaism, whatever you would call that, right? Because they're specifically, I mean, if you trust the media, they're targeting Muslim Chinese people, right? That don't fit in with the Han Chinese traditional idea of a Chinese person, right? And so for me, they seem more similar to a Hitler-esque Germany as opposed to Russia is now.
Okay, I see that. The thing is that, you know, like I said, it doesn't repeat, it rhymes. I see the more rhyming in the sense, I think that Putin's like Hitler, and that there's going to be a rough, unsteady alliance between Russia and China for as long as there can be. Putin's going to fuck up, because we know Putin's fucking rife with paranoia right now. Right. He has been for a long time, and I think that paranoia is going to get the best of him. He's going to make a stupid mistake. He's going to do something that slights China, and like Stalin, who cares only about himself, his regime, and his power, Xi is going to be like, fuck this guy. We're not on your side anymore. Russia's going to have a falling out where there's no way they win this shit. You know, best case scenario for them, they do some kind of nuclear shit where everybody loses. But I see the rhyming going, because what happened right after World War II?
With regards to what?
The Cold War.
Okay.
So I see a long, unnecessary conflict ultimately ending not in victory for Russia, and that will give birth to a new Cold War between the United States and China. And now
we've already been in one.
Well, that's the thing, is that now we got, back then the Cold War was like proxy wars over, you know, spheres of influence. Those spheres of influence were primarily psychological and geographical. Now those spheres of influence are economic and cyber spheres of influence. Who controls the internet? Who controls the information? Who controls the flow of the social credit systems and things like that? That's why I see like the comparison of China right now, that kind of like authoritarian, like 1984 type police state. Talk about a social credit system. Like that's what we're seeing in China now. I mean, Russia has that shit too, but I feel like Russia's a little bit more like traditional in their totalitarianism.
Traditional as in you'll be put in a dark room with a shroud over your head?
Yeah, exactly. Put in a fucking gulag, you know?
Okay.
I mean, you know they got camps in China too, but like China's on that next level where they're like, they already have, it's not like a thing on the horizon, like they're thinking about doing a social credit system. Like, no, that's a thing. They've already got like that fucking Black Mirror episode where you got like, you know, your score and people look at you based off of your score. That's already a reality there. I see this Ukrainian conflict being dragged out like World War II and eventually ending in not victory for Putin and Russia, and then they'll have to, you know, rebuild and go from there while they do that in the shadows. Then the real war, or the real Cold War, the next Cold War, Cold War 2.0, is going to start to go off between us and China. Because here's the thing, is we know that China is involved with the, just amongst many things, we've got the systems that we use to count our votes. So they're directly involved with our elections. They're directly involved with things like our telecommunications. You know, a lot of the telecom infrastructure that we use is using Chinese equipment that just so happens to keep all the data, you know. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to butcher this right now, but I don't know if you know like the origins of Chinese getting in on our telecoms, but back in like the 1980s or 90s or something like that, telecommunication was becoming a huge thing that was sweeping like the entire nation, and Chinese companies approached these American telecom companies and being like, hey, we can sell you that equipment that your American companies are manufacturing and selling to you. We can sell it to you for a fucking fraction of the price. They were selling us equipment at a loss. And these fucking capitalists, you know, because they're not involved with the government. These are telecommunication, the fucking phone lines, internet, shit like that.
Yeah.
They're not thinking on a geopolitical status.
I've looked into this. It was a calculated effort by the Chinese government, right? Because they knew that they had the workforce. They knew that they could build the infrastructure. What they did not have was the intellectual property, right? So what they did is they became the outsourced capital of the world. And so, okay, U.S. telecom companies will go to them and be like, all right, you'll build our stuff at a fraction of a cost. Cool. Go ahead and sign this agreement that says you're not going to use our property. And they walked away feeling content.
Yeah.
And like, all right, we covered our bases.
They signed it.
They signed it. You know, they signed that paper. And what they didn't account for was that China doesn't give a shit.
Yeah.
They're going to go ahead and they're going to build your shit. All right, fine. We'll take your money. We'll build your shit. We'll build our infrastructure. And in the process, we're learning how to build your shit. And then guess what? We're going to go ahead and turn this into an industry of our own. Right? It's so much easier to learn something when you have an example in front of your face. Right? As opposed to being the first one to discover it yourself. Right? And that's why I laughed, man. I laughed because how did you not see this coming? Like, I remember a while ago, I don't know why, but I read this article about Kim Kardashian. She was whining about how China stole her intellectual property. You know, she made her own slimwear line.
Oh, yeah. We talked about this.
We
This
did,
was on.
and
Yeah,
then
we talked about this on the other
we
episode.
talked about this.
Yeah.
So, Kim Kardashian probably cares about money more than most things. So she outsourced to China. And she was throwing a fit that they had taken her intellectual property and began selling it cheaper. And in my head, I'm like, what the fuck did you think was going to happen? You know, like, of course, you think that you're getting a leg up on these people. Why are you upset that they are now using it to their advantage?
Well,
you know?
she doesn't think she's getting a leg up on them. She's getting a leg up on the American or non-Chinese manufacturers who cost a little bit more. She
Well,
it's like well, why would I spend
significant.
why would I spend $1 going through them when the Chinese will do it for 50 cents? Like, this just makes sense. But
it's like that. It's that age-old thing. You get what you pay for, right? Okay. Like, obviously, if you're paying 10 cents on the dollar, there's probably going to be a catch, and it's that some Chinese firm is going to take up your product and sell it cheaper, because they're actually going to sell it for, you know, what they valued their labor at, right? Which is probably what the American companies are buying it at, but now they're just going to sell it directly to the consumer, you know?
Yeah.
And it's like, in my head, you got yourself in that situation. You thought that intellectual property agreement was going to save you, and that's just being naive.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Well, yeah, being naive that some foreign entity is going to honor laws that don't benefit them, that are your laws. They don't have to fucking... those laws are over here, not over there. You think they're going to honor that shit even though it doesn't benefit them to do so?
And they'll take them to court, you know, and they'll lose.
Yeah, what court?
And it means nothing.
Yeah.
Like, I remember I was into the stock market right after college, and I had put money into this Taiwanese semiconductor manufacturing company.
TSMC or something?
TSM.
Yeah.
Yep. And I remember
Leffen?
that I was getting some good gains on them, you know. I was proud of myself. I was like, yeah, I do stocks, you know, that sort of thing. And they had to go to court because it became clear that they had stolen Intel's designs. And on the day that the court ruled, you have stolen Intel's chip designs, and you're going to have to pay a $300 million fine or something like that. The stock price of TSM went up 300%. Because now everyone knew, oh shit, you have Intel's designs. You're producing world-class chips. And the amount of money they were making was a drop in the bucket compared to the fine they had to pay.
It always is.
Yeah. And their stock price just ballooned.
Was that the one that Intel or some company had like they like outsourced it or something with exactly how you lined it out there. Like they like did some kind of deal with them that they were going to oh man, what's his name? Let's look that up actually. I want to see if this is the same thing that you're talking about.
That one is AMD.
Oh, look up breaking points semiconductors.
Yeah, it seems like I might be in the mainstream here, which is rare for me.
Okay.
All that in the video announcing Crystal and I were going independent, I mentioned one of the reasons we wanted to do so was so we didn't just have to chase views, but so we could focus on more substantive issues that belie the news cycle and our economy. I specifically pointed to semiconductors, as you all know, one of my personal obsessions, because they are the electronic backbone of the new economy. He who controls semiconductors controls the future. Not quite true yet, but it will be, in my opinion. And that's what I want to take you on a tour of today. One of the most brazen views yet into the corporate battles of the future, and a development which has immense implications for the future. They're calling it the semiconductor heist of the century. It's dramatic, I know, but once you learn the details, you'll be as outraged and as afraid as I am. So the company in question is known as ARM, or ARM. They are widely regarded as the most important semiconductor intellectual property firm. Their IP is in cars, it's in Amazon, cell phones, AI, everything. Pretty much everything. Intel, semi-analysis, they point towards. Clearly an important company, right? Now, as we have learned with the car shortage, the PS5 shortage, and more, the entire US economy can grind to a halt without these things. Now, prior to 2016, ARM was a British-controlled company, but corporations are gonna corporation. And in 2016, it was acquired by a Japanese firm, SoftBank. You probably know SoftBank from their storied roles in the drama behind WeWork and Uber, pouring Saudi cash into the startups to create the veneer of success, and eventually having the bottom fall out of both. Now, SoftBank's plan to make ARM even more money is the same thing that they did with Uber. They wanted them to enter the Chinese market. So in their infinite wisdom, they created a joint venture. It was called ARM Holdings, and they sold 51% to Chinese investors for $775 million.
Notice
that,
that's a
for
controlling
semi-analysis,
stake.
is a paltry sum,
51.
but it highlights what it means to do business in China. There's no such thing as independent business there. All Western businesses have to have Chinese partners. They are controlled at the behest of the Chinese state. And this is where things get really crazy. The Chinese branch of ARM, it holds much of ARM's intellectual property and designs for the next decade. Well, it's basically been stolen now by the Chinese with zero recourse. I'm really serious. The details are crazy, and they highlight exactly why letting our most valuable technology go to China in the first place and why business entanglements there are untenable in the long run. In 2020, ARM and a bunch of investors found that the head of their China operation was using his control of the company to attract investments to his other firm. So, by a vote of 7-1 at the board level, they decided to boot him. There's just one problem. That CEO's name is on the Chinese license. So despite the fact that the company wants him gone, Alan Wu, he's not going anywhere because he controls the license. So instead, under Chinese law, he's in control. He fired executives who didn't side with him. He now has security that has kept representatives from his parent company out of the building, and now he's just taking it over. So this culminated this week when ARM China just held an event where they declared their independence. They have a new name. Now they say they are China's largest CPU IP supplier. That is now independently operated as a Chinese-owned company.
But I
now,
thought it was a joint
the
venture.
technology that they preview and claim is their own, but really is just the IP and resources of its old company, is now being used to deploy billions of cameras across China to fulfill their dream of a fully integrated technological surveillance state. Social credit scores everywhere you go is tracked, your travel is restricted, and the state knows everything about everyone, all the way down to the DNA level. So that's it. It's over. They control the company now. As semiconductor people are referring to it, it really is the heist of the century. But it's just the latest example of how China weaponizes Western greed to steal technology and resources only to further their own authoritarian ends. How many times are we gonna have to learn the same lesson? Just in July, American investors lost hundreds of billions of dollars in China. hundreds of billions, not because the market went south, but because Chinese companies who went public on American stock exchanges, and then after collecting our money, the government there then cracked down on those companies to make sure that they fell in line. In essence, they IPO'd here, they stole billions of American dollars, and then they just said, actually, never mind. They do it to everybody. Jack Ma, their own Jeff Bezos isn't even free. Everyone is controlled centrally by the state. They'll steal our money and they will smile while doing it. And the worst part is that we continue to let it happen. Money you can replace. Precious intellectual property, which will be used in AI and to run the future, that you actually can't. It takes decades of know-how and expertise to develop it. And now it's just gone. Let this serve once again as an example of how the greed of the corporate elite is not only making you less safe, it's making you more poor and vulnerable in the long run. The Chinese understand us much better than we seem to understand ourselves. In fact, they're much smarter than us. After the SEC said that the Chinese companies who IPO'd in the United States would have to disclose more facts about their data, they said, okay, now all Chinese companies with precious data are restricted from IPOing in the United States. In other words, they are fine giving up short-term dollars if it makes them more vulnerable in the long run. Notice, look, I am not proposing a war with China. Here's what I'm saying. Our strategic technology, which we spent billions of dollars on developing, should probably be handled with care. That's it. But that's too radical for Wall Street. Even the Wall Street Journal piece on investors losing billions, they had this line, quote, many U.S. investors remain bullish on China's long-term prospect, despite what skeptics say is the difficulty of anticipating Xi Jinping's move. Why? Because, quote, they say they can't afford to miss out on the growth of the economy some investors think is on track to last this decade to overtake the U.S. as the world's biggest. That's it. It's all about money to them, and they don't care where they make it. I guess it's not their fault. That's their job, right? But it's actually our job to stand up and say, no, we're the public. This is our future.
I love that. China weaponizes Western greed. They know that under a capitalistic system, we're going to try and maximize profits, but China is playing the long term. They know that they can go ahead and take this IP and use it to their own benefit.
Like you said, they'll lose out on short-term dollars.
Yeah,
because they know that ultimately, in the long run, they're going to come out on top.
There's no such thing as a free market in China. It doesn't exist. It's all state controlled. Like everything is so calculated with them. I remember I learned about how they went through like a dark period, they call it. And it was, I think it was like the 1940s through like the 1970s to 80s, where China went like no contact with the world because they were going through so much civil unrest that they just decided, okay, they're gonna focus internally. They had a mantra for it, and I wish I remembered this mantra, but it sort of guided their whole domestic policy. And so they just go dark, and then they solve their civil unrest. They get themselves to a point where they're ready to be a manufacturing power, right? And this is when they start opening themselves up, and they do it slowly, right? They start taking in the worst jobs, right? They become the dirty manufacturing capital of the world. Like there was a point in time where the recycling program in the United States consisted of us piling all of our plastic, the government agencies collecting it, and then just sending it to China. And they would just go ahead and light it on fire for us because we didn't want to do it in the United States.
Yeah.
And, you know, I already mentioned it takes 2 weeks for an intermaster travel. So, you know, it was kind of a very short-sighted solution.
Yeah. Looks good on paper, though.
But anyway, so they take on all these dirty jobs. They start building their infrastructure. They start getting capabilities. And then slowly they start taking more, you know. They build that relationship of like, hey, if we want to save money, we can go to China. Because it turns out they're capable. Right. I mean, say what you will about Chinese manufacturing. Pretty sure 80% of my smartphone is manufactured in China. It works just fine, you know? And then, now that they've built their infrastructure, they're collecting intellectual property. They're ready to go ahead and start manufacturing on their own, you know? And again, it's like, how did you not see this coming? It's short-sightedness.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, and that's one thing that I will say. Like one of the positive things that I think that we've had taken, like as a country or as like the West or whatever you want to call it, out of the pandemic, is that it really exposed how reliant we were on these outsourced supply lines and how reliant we were on China, and how if there is a global threat pandemic going on, obviously China's going to take care of themselves first. You know, they're not going to be exporting masks out to us when they're keeping them for themselves. So I did hear recently, I forget the specifics of it, but I heard that a lot of manufacturing industries are starting like the very beginning stages of bringing it back to the United States so that we aren't completely dependent on China.
Well, you have like the CHIP Act, which is basically bringing semiconductors back to the United States.
Yeah, I think that was one of them. Yeah, I think that was one of the ones I was hearing about.
So it's like, you know, it's weird because it's kind of similar to China, right? The only fact is that it's how do you put this? There's like there's gaps in the aid, right? The Chinese government will go out and directly say, you're going to do this, and we're giving you the money for it. The U.S. government will say, we're creating a fund. We're going to put these funds into the universe, and whoever's eligible can try and grab at them, right? So it's sort of a competition type thing where manufacturers who are considered worthy, you know, or up and coming, or something that is worth our support can apply and hopefully get approved, and then they have to specifically say, this is what we're going to use the funds for, you know, part of the grant process. Whereas the government in China is like, we're giving you this money to do this, do it.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, that's what one of the luxuries centralized control like that can afford you. Ain't nothing getting locked up in Congress.
And you know, you gotta admire them. They get shit done, dude. You talk about how they're gearing up for the invasion of Taiwan, right? It seems to be a big deal lately.
Yeah.
The Chinese government, they put out some sort of legislation that says all civilian ships need to go ahead, pull into port, and get themselves equipped for military use. So overnight, China has created a policy that increases their military capability fucking exponentially, you know? And as soon as it happened, all these people, they, you know, the political analysis, they get on and they're like, oh shit, they're gearing up for an invasion of Taiwan. You know, you take a civilian fisherman ship, you put a helicopter pad on it, you put some supports for armaments, and now it's a military vessel.
Yeah.
And overnight, they've increased their fleet exponentially.
Yeah.
You know, it's crazy the amount of power the Chinese government is able to exercise.
Oh yeah, like dude, that's the thing. I'm not sitting here advocating for us to turn totalitarian or anything
Neither
like that.
am I. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
shit's impressive.
Yeah,
They get shit done.
Hey, ups and downs. Everything's got its upside, its downside. You know what I mean? They can create a exponentially increase their naval military overnight. We've got podcasts, and we won't be getting.
Say what I want.
I can say what I want until China says I can't.
Yeah. I don't think I.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Exactly. Or the CDC. Oh, dude, you know this shit's gonna get flagged for fucking COVID misinformation now.
Oh, please! I hope they do.
Yeah. We've said the words too many times.
That just means, you know, we're saying the shit that people need to think about.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Thoughtful topics. I'm not telling you to think one way or the other. I'm just saying, think about it.
Till you can't. Till you get thrown in the gulag. Oh man.
Okay. So we were talking about, we've been gearing up, talking about this Cold War with China. You know, how we're getting there to that point. I am under the opinion that we have been in that war with China since the 90s. And it all starts with Hillary Clinton. God, my favorite female presidential candidate, I have to say. Just love her to death. When she was Secretary of State, she started a very aggressive policy with China. And, you know, we have these territorial waters, right? You know, basically a certain amount of miles from your landmass is your territory. The only problem is in Southeast Asia, there's a lot of fucking islands. Thousands of islands. And they overlap. And so territorial waters become disputed, right? And the United States, the global policeman of the world, decided to take it upon themselves to defend Japan's territorial waters. And we started doing shit like harassing Chinese fishing vessels with aircraft carriers. You know, we took a very aggressive stance towards them. And I feel like the media in the United States is not going to talk about this because they don't want to act like we provoked China, right? China's the bad guy. We did nothing wrong because we're the policeman, and the police, they never do anything wrong, right? And so I really feel like we've put ourselves in this position, right? Both by creating an aggressive environment with China, sending them all of our intellectual property that they can go ahead and use as they see fit because they don't give a shit about international agreements. And also by taking sides as the global policeman, saying that we're going to go ahead and recognize Taiwan, even though to this day we will not go on record and say that Taiwan is a country. We are going to defend whatever weird bullshit happened in the 1950s where the fleeing political party went and formed Taiwan. We're just going to defend the fact that they're like this weird rebel state that doesn't exist with China. Whereas China is like, we have one China, you know. To me, which resonates a lot with Hitler's rhetoric about the one German people, China is going out and saying the same thing. We are one China. They're going after Hong Kong, they're going after Taiwan, and they're going after these southern provinces in China and saying that the Muslims, you guys, you got to be Chinese. We are not Muslim as a Chinese people. You need to go ahead and redirect yourself to be part of one China, you know? And I don't know, I feel like that's where we're at. And I don't see this going well long term. Yeah.
Oh, definitely. And I like that you brought up like the Muslims and stuff to talk about I appreciate your comparison of China to Hitler, to that, like Hitler's Germany versus instead of Russia, how I see it, because that is, you know, that's what one of like Hitler's big things was that you can't trust Jews because they put they're Jewish Germans, not German Jews, and that's a fucking problem. You gotta be German first, and that's why he was convinced that we only lost World War I because the German Jews put Judaism first and didn't come and use their economic and social influence to make sure that we won. Yeah. They partnered up with so somehow Germany lost World War I because of Jewish commies and Jewish capitalists.
I don't laugh because it's funny. I laugh because it's fucking absurd.
Yeah. But I just appreciate that comparison because of that kind of the insistence on country first, and more specifically party first.
It's a nationalistic idea, right? Like we are one. You can't be identified individually. Like, no, you are not a Southern Chinese Muslim. You are Chinese. Yeah. And it ends there.
Yeah. You're a Chinese battery.
Yep.
A Chinese human battery.
Who we built using American designs.
Fucking, that makes me think of that Family Guy clip is just Family Guy, God Asians.
Hey, you guys notice how many Asians there are at this school? I mean, how'd they all get so smart?
I don't know. Guess that's just the way God made them.
Gentlemen, I give you the Asian. Ooh. Compact, hairless, and fiercely intelligent. The penises, while tiny, are extremely efficient. We're projecting 10 billion within 5 years. Also, there'll be different varieties that will all hate each other for some reason.
Do they eat just like regular food?
No, the opposite.
God, it's bad, but it's funny.
Dude, Family Guy, dude, they slap, dude. Family Guy slaps sometimes.
It's just they toe that line of offensive. I gotta say.
All right, well, I know we're getting high on the time here. Do you want to finish off with because they're just small drinks? Do you want to have that vodka one?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right,
let's finish it off. You know, we had the 3 samplers. Let's have all 3.
Let's do it.
I've been talking a lot about how like the United States is the policeman of the world. China is the fucking social worker of the world, and everybody loves their fucking social worker, you know?
Till their social worker writes up that dangerous to themselves and others. Put them in a gulag.
You got a point. We'll see. You know, only time will tell, my man. We're just here to sit and watch.
Yep. And talk. And talk some shit.
I'll talk some shit about it. I love you, China.
Alrighty, folks.
China.
Remember,
China.
this podcast is brought to you by China and St. Brendan's Irish Cream Liqueur. We are now drinking cocktail Number 3 out of 3. This one's made with Pearl Original Vodka, St. Brendan's Irish Cream, as we've been drinking this whole time, and honey. It's called the Honey Bear. So,
Ooh,
third
I'm
and
excited.
final cocktail, the St. Brendan's Mix Pack, courtesy of my good friend and stepbrother Kaleb here. Cheers.
Cheers.
Gentlemen.
Ooh, that one's good too.
Each one's sweeter than the last.
Tastes like
yeah, you can taste the honey in that one.
tastes like graham crackers.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's see. I feel like it's a little late to go back to fucking how our parents met. I don't even know how our parents met.
Facebook.
I think they might have. That'd be good to know. We'll get to the bottom of this when I have one of them on. I'm like, so did you guys have a thing before, like in high school? I think they.
No.
I don't think they had a thing. I think that your dad said that he always like had a crush on her and was like into her, but they never like just hit it off that way. But
I could see that.
But fucking dude, you wait, bide your time.
Yeah, there you go. All it takes is 20 years.
All it takes is 20 years. Fucking single motherhood. Break her down a little bit.
Yeah, there you go. You guys, listen to that. Just wait 20 years. And you shoot your shot.
Yeah, 2 shots. Elliot and Rowdy.
Oh, jeez.
I'm gonna drink this milky liquid now. Yum.
So I work with middle school age kids. Right now I'm a substitute teacher, but I've been assigned to a one-on-one aide with this girl who she has behavioral issues, and she seems to be always at the center of conflict, right? And it's all instigated by social media, man. Like, I don't understand it because, I mean, social media got kind of popular when we were in high school, maybe started in middle school with MySpace, progressed to Facebook, progressed to Instagram, right? But it's become ingrained in this new generation, right? To the point where, like, one of these conflicts that my student was having, this boy started an Instagram live session. Apparently this is what they do. They get home from school and they're bored as fuck and they just start a live session and they see who joins. And his ex joins and my student joins at the same time, which starts conflict because now the ex knows that my student is talking to this boy, and now my student is going to go to school under the threat of being jumped by this girl and her entire group of friends. And to me, I look at it and I'm like, this is stupid. Why are you putting yourself in this environment? In the first place, nothing should be that public.
Yeah.
And these kids, they don't know the difference between protecting yourself and putting yourself out there.
Yeah. Well, it's like think about when you were a kid, when we were young and you were in like elementary school, middle school, even high school, and something embarrassing happened or something happened and like maybe you felt like the whole school was talking about it. They weren't, but you felt like they were. That was like the biggest deal in the world,
Right.
Like, but compare that to now, fast forward, 5-10 years later, and it's like, do you even remember any of those, like what that shit was about? Do you even?
Dude, there's shit on my Facebook I wish was not there. So okay, get this. When I was in high school, there was this I don't even remember what it was. It was some type of like competition where you go up and you do like an air band performance. So,
air
that sort of thing. Me and my friends thought it would be good to go up and dance to like a traditional Indian song. And my friend Jelani was like, hey, my mom just went to Egypt. She got all these like African dresses. And we were like, fuck it, let's put them on and let's dance to this Indian song. And you know that song? It's like tunak tunak tun tunak tunak tun tunak tunak tun da da. Like,
yeah, they all sound like that.
We went up there and we did some fucking offensive shit, and it's on my Facebook.
Can we
to
pull
this
it up?
day. Oh man, I changed my name on Facebook. You're gonna have to find it, but I will find it for you. I am private. I will literally have to log into my Facebook and pull this shit up, but I will do it.
Do it.
I will do it.
Tell the story so that in the manner like I could edit it and they'll be like, oh, here, we're watching it right now because I want to pull that shit up on the thing right here. Just open up Facebook.
I told the story. That's it. We decided we were gonna go up and dance to this Indian song. My friend Jelani's mom had just gone to Africa and got all these traditional dresses from Egypt, and we thought it would be a good idea to wear this shit and dance to this Indian song, and we did it in probably the most embarrassing and offensive way I've ever seen myself, and it was ridiculous.
Oh man, don't worry, Justin Trudeau still got elected. You're probably good, dude.
Okay, that's my saving grace, is that it wasn't blackface. It's fucking close though.
Yeah,
but again,
man.
I'm
disappointed.
I'm a stupid kid in high school.
Mhm.
I don't know what's right and wrong. I'm still figuring that out, you know?
Yeah.
But now my poor decision is on Facebook for as long as I can remember, because I didn't post that. Some girl who was watching from the stands put it on her Facebook and tagged me in it. And I have no control over what she posts.
Yeah, yeah.
I have no control over what her profile looks like. So now it's on the internet. And I have this feeling that even if I were to try and remove it, there is still some way that if somebody had access to maybe like, I don't know, backdoor channels.
Yeah.
Or maybe like special governmental access, or maybe even employers.
Oh yeah, they
had
call
special
Kaleb
access.
Zuckerberg on the phone. Like if you
Yeah.
ran for office and they fucking listen to this podcast, I'm like, hey, wait, he's not on board with China. Fucking, what can we get on this guy?
No,
They're
that
100%
shit,
bringing
you
that
know,
shit up.
That shit will turn up, you know.
And they're running it in CNN.
I can try and bury it under the sand as much as I want. No matter how much I try and bury it, it'll be there. You know, it's this social media age is unforgiving. You know.
Yeah. Well, that's fun. I'm really glad that you brought that up because it's hilarious. We're definitely gonna try and find that video. But what I meant is that like, did you ever have something that was like something embarrassing happened to you and like you didn't even want to go to school the next day because you didn't you're so embarrassed you didn't want to show your face in front of your classmates? You know.
I have too many stories to tell.
Yeah, and
I was that kid.
But think about like how much do you care about any of the kids you went to high school's opinion about you now?
I have one, my friend that has lasted me through high school. That's it.
Exactly. But at that time, for whatever reason, the opinions and the judgment of all these people that you don't even know their fucking names now, you might not even recognize them if you saw them in person. You know, like it's like the end of the kids kill themselves over that shit. You know what I mean? So it's like what happens is that was for us before the like really what we're at now with like Twitter and Instagram and shit like that. Now these kids, they think by the time they're in middle school, they're going to think like that is the real world. When it's the opposite. It's the total opposite. That is not the real world. That's a completely fake, inconsequential place that as soon as you just don't care about it, as soon as it's out of sight, out of mind. Like,
okay, here's my problem with
but it's easy for me to say as a 28-year-old adult. When
Right.
you're a fucking 12-year-old, 16-year-old kid, that is the whole world. That is the real world.
So that's how I look at it too. That's not the real world. That's some virtual fucking mockery of what life is, what social interaction is. But we didn't grow up with that. That was coming up as we were coming up, and we saw its limitations, and we saw how far it can go, right? And we definitely we used it to our advantage, you know? I remember putting shit on my Instagram. I was like, ooh, I look cool, you know? Like, I'm going to get more followers after that.
Yeah.
But I've hit this point where I'm like, okay, I don't care about followers. I don't care about likes. This is a tool. This is for me to share things that I appreciate with the people I care about, and that's as far as I'm going to take it, right? But this new generation, it's there, and it's ready for them. It's just waiting for them to log on and make an account, right? And it quickly becomes their lives, you know? Especially if you take a community like the one that I work in, which is poor, definitely underserviced in terms of public amenities and things like that. They go home and their options of what do I do today now that I'm home from school are let's get high or let's go on social media, right? It quickly becomes real life for them. And it's, you know, I don't blame them. I see how they can't separate it, you know? And I don't know. It's just gotten to the point where I feel like it's doing more harm than good. And they've started taking steps, you know, like they're starting to implement parental controls, you know. But again, it's like you're relying on your kid to, first off, trust you, and second off, invite you into that digital space, right? And we know how easy it is to make a fake account.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh,
I remember when I was 14, I was saying I was 18 all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
That's how I memorized my mom's birthday. Is I would use her birthday as the one I would put in when I made an account on a website.
You know what's funny is I used to always say I was 114 years old.
Well, you just threw an extra 100 years
I
on your
did.
age.
I literally threw an extra 100 years on there, and I was like, "Fuck it, yeah, I'm a 114-year-old hopping on a Pornhub. Like, what's up?" You know?
Hey, the data miner's like, we need to find this guy,
Yeah.
dude. Oldest man in the world watching porn. That's fucking awesome. Interview this dude.
What is that thing? You know, it's like
come in dust.
It's so accessible. All you need is a smartphone. That's it.
Yeah.
And you're exposed to all these things that I feel like as a kid I was ignorant to.
Yeah.
Or at least, I don't know if ignorance is the right word because it has like a negative connotation. I was blissfully unaware, to be honest. You know, like it felt good when the world was simpler.
Yeah.
When I didn't have to worry about that shit.
Oh yeah, I always say like people like you and me, like our age, our generation is like we're seriously the last generation that went out into the world without a cell phone. You know,
Yeah.
like I remember when I was like in middle school, like you'd get out of school and you just walk around. There was no way for your parents to get a hold of you. You were just expected to show up at home at a certain time. And if you weren't home by 6 or 8 or whenever it was, it's like then they got worried. You know, but like now, and to be fair, just to be fair, like there is an upside obviously of being able to contact your child and have their location visible on your phone. If you haven't heard from them, you can see where they are. That's advantageous for sure, but there was like a certain romance to the mystery of just being a human being out in the world without a fucking tracking device and a microphone on you at all times.
Yeah, like
know?
you tell your parents, I'm going to ride my bike.
Yeah.
And they're like, all right, be home in 3 hours.
Yeah, or
And
be
you're
home
like,
tomorrow.
I got fucking 3 hours. My friends and I would go to a fucking dirt field. We would build jumps out of dirt, and we would fucking use Axe body spray to make flamethrowers and shit. You know, like it was one of those things. Like I was separated from the world for a bit. I was on my own, and I was making mistakes, and I had a space to do that.
Yeah,
where I wouldn't be fucking humiliated for it, you know, like it wouldn't follow me for the rest of my life.
Yeah.
Would I be proud of myself burning plants with Axe body spray? No. No, I could start a fire. I did it outside of a fucking housing community. If I started a brush fire and burned down everyone's house, like obviously that's not a good result of me being a dickhead.
Yeah.
But I was free to be a dickhead.
Yeah.
That's a thing, you know?
Yeah, and that's the thing. That's what it means to be a human being. You know, I mean, I don't know if you've seen that clip go around before. We won't play it again because we played it on the last podcast. But there's this clip that I love from this movie where they're talking about like, I feel like we're in some kind of weird like Orwellian dystopian nightmare where everybody's so like programmed on what to do and what to think and what to say that pretty soon like there won't be any memory of what it was like to be a human being, and all you'll see is just robots walking around that are just following the algorithm and following the program. And you know, like this creature that once ruled and roamed the earth called a human being will cease to exist. And that's kind of why like I obviously like we've laid out, it's much easier said than done. And like you said, like you completely understand how these kids could, especially in those kind of communities, they go home and they have no other options but to think that this is the real world. But it's not. I promise you it's not. I fucking promise.
Do you ever use autofill text suggestions on your texts?
I don't think so, no.
So like for me, my phone, when I get a text, it'll pop up on my notification screen and then it'll give me a list of options of replies. And sometimes it'll be like, thank you with an emoji. Or it'll be like, sounds good. And dude, my fucking phone has mastered my vocabulary.
Interesting.
It is very rare that it will give me a suggestion that I would not say. And I get lazy, man. I see that shit pop up and I'll be playing video games and I don't want to sit there and take the time to write a response. And I'll just sit there and I'll be like, sounds good, winky face. And, you know, and that's where I'm at, man. And it's like, I don't know. I don't feel bad about it when I'm doing it. But when you describe it like that, right, it's taking away that human experience, right? Like, okay, would I have said something different if I sat there and thought about it? I don't know. You know, with the way that the machine learning is going, it's getting pretty good at pretending to be human. You know? So it's like, how far does this go?
Hey, that's what we're here for. That's what we're here for doing right now. Dude, preserving the culture, preserving the light. This is what it's like to be a human being. And the most human things, they got censored out. All those N-words, you'll never hear them. Caleb's crazy. Just kidding. So I guess that makes me think of what was it like, growing up with your dad as a Border Patrol agent. I don't know at what point he got involved with like special operations and stuff like that, but I know that he's been through a lot, and some of it's much higher level than I thought. For this whole time I always like viewed Brent as like, oh, he's a Border Patrol agent, like does whatever they do, but like some of the stuff he was involved with, like the most recently before he retired, was like going out to like where was it, like dealing
Portland.
with like Portland to deal with like Antifa riots, and he's like the head of this like special operations unit and stuff. So what was like your perspective being the young kid in the background of all that?
So my dad, he joined the Border Patrol once I was coming around in terms of being brought into the world. Before that, he was an iron worker, and he tells me this story a lot. He says that everybody that was older on the team was telling him, you need to find a career because, being an iron worker, you make good money, but the thing is you're going to destroy your body. So by the time you're my age, you're going to be in pain every day, every second of your life. So you're going to need to go ahead and find something that you can do that will provide for you and your family. So he joined the Border Patrol Academy, and he went to the academy while I was in the womb, and by the time I was born, he got out. I think it was probably like 2 months old by the time he got out. And I assumed that initially he was stationed at a border crossing. I remember one of the weirdest childhood memories that I have is that him and I and all of our family were flown to Washington, D.C., and he got a medal because some illegals undocumented immigrants were swimming across the border from TJ to San Diego. And one of them was drowning. And my dad, he jumped off the Imperial Beach Pier and pulled this man to shore. And they said he saved his life. So he got a medal of something or another. And it's funny because if you ask my dad about the story, he was like, yeah, that fucker was trying to drown me. And so, he's always been a type of put himself out there type of person.
Man of action.
Exactly. He's not afraid of extreme situations. And eventually he ended up on the Air Mobile Unit, which was a team that was dedicated to flying out into the mountains of San Diego. So you got like the El Cajon Pass and Mexicali. It's basically the California desert. And it's where people will guide immigrants across the border to get them into the States, and they'll regroup at a highway. Somebody will pick them up, and they'll take them inland to where they're unnoticed. And he saw a lot of shit there that I did not learn about until I was much older. I remember him telling me about firefights he'd been into, situations where he'd find people dying of dehydration and such because the coyotes are ruthless. They will take you out into the desert, get you across the border, and then abandon you halfway with not enough resources to survive. And so it was very much a traumatic environment. But I never saw any of that as a kid. What I did get was sort of an absent father. And that was partially because of his work schedule and partially because of everything that he was going through that he was sheltering his family from, right? And this was at the time where mental health was not a big topic, right? So they didn't have the resources to combat this. And the environment in the Border Patrol was sort of like, suck it up, you pussy, you know? We didn't talk about these things at that time. But I do remember it being a very family environment. They used to have barbecues at the hangar, right? And so they would come, everyone would bring their families, and they would throw barbecues, they'd cook meat, and they'd throw the kids on the ATVs. And the agents would drive them around on the ATVs.
That's
and they
funny.
would let them go in the helicopters and see all the instruments and do all these things. And so it very much was family-oriented, right? Because all these guys had families. That's probably why they joined up. They were like, okay, how do I provide for my family?
Yeah.
And they're like, this is something I can do, right? Yeah, it wasn't until much later that I got perspective into what it was that he was actually dealing with. And to be honest, it had a deep impact on his marriage. Because my mom was constantly saying you could do something far less dangerous. Why are you going out there flying in helicopters, getting into firefights, having to do all of these traumatic things? You could be sitting at a desk like the customs agent. You could be checking passports. You could be monitoring checkpoints and waving cars by. This is not necessary. But my dad was always this person that was like, I can't exist in that environment. I need to be doing something. And to him, value was doing the jobs that no one else wanted to do. So that's how he ended up in the place that he was at. And it totally tracks from what I know about my dad. And yeah, eventually he did try and look for like the quieter life. When he first met your mom, he was a supervisor at the San Clemente station, which is far enough away from the border that not much exciting happens there. And he quickly made enemies. And he's just not fit for the office life. It's not him.
How'd he make enemies?
I don't know. He just pisses people off, man. He's like, he doesn't deal with bureaucracy. It's not his thing. He's like, fuck your paperwork, you know, he's that type of guy.
Yeah.
And he got put on a undercover narcotics squad. And so they would be making contacts with people and trying to get wind of shipments coming across the border, that sort of thing. After that, he was appointed to the AMU again as a supervisor. And I think he might have been pretty high up there in terms of trainings and who was doing what and that sort of thing. And he really, I think that's where he thrived. Those were his people. He spent the most time of his career with these people. And when he had gotten there in a management position, he was unhappy with how things had gotten. And he quickly was like, all right, let's shape this up and let's get it to a point where it's something we can be proud of. And he did it not out of pride. He's a very practical person. And his mentality was, I'm going to get you into the best shape possible because every day you need to go home to your family. And this is how we're going to accomplish that. Because if we are not prepared, if we are not fit to our best ability, there's a chance we don't go home to our families at the end of the day. And that's kind of where he took it, right? And then it got weird because the AMU was tasked with like riot control. And they became like this weird police force where, you know, at one instance they were engaged with Mexican citizens at the border who were like throwing things across the border fence and starting all this agitation. And then you give it 2 months and they're in Portland fighting U.S. citizens. And they get away with it because the Border Patrol has jurisdiction within, I think it's 80 miles of any national boundary. And if you take the international waters of the United States and you go from the coast of Oregon and then you track it, Portland encompasses that. So they were out there defending U.S. government buildings from protesters and such during the Black Lives Matter movement, which is weird I'm not quite sure how my dad feels about it. I know he didn't want to be there. Everyone hated it. Everyone on his unit hated having to go there. I know that he didn't agree with these people protesting and demolishing government buildings and such. But it was their job. And that's what they had to do to provide for their families, and so that's where they ended up. But he was well respected. He doesn't follow orders well. He, again, in that position as head of the Air Mobile Unit, AMU, quickly made enemies with the wrong people. You get some like Washington appointees.
Yeah.
Who are like, this is going to be your career starting point. And they pluck you and they put you there. And this person decides that they're going to make all this change and make everything better. And my dad is very much a practical person. And he's like, fuck you. This is dumb.
Yeah.
And he has no problem saying that. And, he eventually got shuffled around until his retirement. And he just basically bided his time. And yeah, so it's been a unique perspective. Growing up like that has changed my perspective of the world. Like when I go into restaurants, I always seat myself in a corner with my eyes facing the doorway. Because I want to be aware of threats.
Yeah, situational awareness.
Exactly. I scan crowds routinely. I know things are happening before most people know them. And I'm just aware of it, And it's something that I feel like I picked up subconsciously. I don't know how I got here. But it's interesting because I have seen research done on people who have grown up in law enforcement families, and it changes who they are. It changes how they see the world, and I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. I think it depends on who you ask. But I do feel confident in my ability to judge situations and respond, so that's kind of cool. I appreciate that. Because I don't think I ever want to go into law enforcement, but I do want to protect the people I care about, and that's kind of where I'm at.
You got some free training by by osmosis.
Training by force. Like fuck it.
That's funny. See, you got the situational awareness from Border Patrol dad. I learned how to be a good liar from probation officer mom. I learned how to look you straight in the eye and fucking just lie.
Which is also useful.
Yes, it is. Oh man.
You want to talk about the time I got too high and you're in Tiff's apartment?
Actually, yes. Yes, I did want to talk about that. You want to get high right now?
Ooh, I will take a little puff. Weed still does not agree with me at this point, but I can tolerate a tiny bit.
That's right. I remember the last time we hung out, we were talking about. Well, I'm in the same boat now, where like when I smoke too much weed, pretty much when I smoke at all in like a public setting, I just go catatonic because like I'm just so like. I think the example I told you is like one time we went out to this bar that had live music, and we smoked I think I smoked a little bit before we went, and then right when we got there, our friend was like, "Hey, you want to smoke this joint?" So we burnt this whole fucking joint down, and then we go in, and I'm fucking high as a kite, dude. I'm fucking blitzed, and we go inside, and they're playing this music, and then there's a dance floor, and this lady goes out. She was an attractive lady. She's going kind of dancing in the dance floor, like being like, "Hey, who wants to dance?" Yeah, gyrating, putting out the little, putting out the feeler, putting out the vibe, and then so this white guy comes up. She's a white lady. It doesn't matter, but just so you can picture the situation. So this white lady's dancing, being like, "Who wants to dance with me?" And then this white guy comes out. He had a sweater tied around his waist, so he called him Sweater Guy. So Sweater Guy's dancing with her, yada yada. He's okay, but he's not that good. So then they play a song. He leaves, but next song plays. She's still dancing, and then this black guy comes out. We called him Smooth Moves because he Smooth Moves knew how to fucking do it, dude. Smooth Moves knew how to get down. So he comes down. He's fucking. You can tell she's feeling him. So then these guys start going back and forth, switching off songs with her. trying to, and so I'm just stoned as fuck watching. So the music's loud. It's hard to talk as it is, but I'm just observing this bizarre mating ritual go down, and I'm like, is no one else seeing this? This is fucking fascinating, dude. If you put this shit on National Geographic with like Morgan Freeman fucking narrating
And here
it.
you see the white male has initiated his mating organism. And
Sweater vest sweater guy has noticed Smooth Moves has come in, and his territory is being encroached upon.
Unfortunately, Smooth Moves has attracted the female.
If Sweater wants to have any chance of sealing the deal, he has to act now. So by the end of the night, the final song of the night, she's dancing in the middle of both of them, and both of them are dancing on her. So they
dude,
fucking,
it's like fucking the finale.
yeah, the finale with the fucking three-way. Oh my god, like everybody gets what they want, dude. It was, and so I'm just sitting here being like, this is crazy. So, but I can't talk to anybody about it because I'm too high to explain the situation. You see how cumbersome it was for me to explain it now, and I'm like sober. You know, so anyways,
I feel like I do that sober, man. I'm so analytical of public situations. I'm like,
but you can probably talk about it though. That's the thing. If you're
could.
sober, you're all like, dude, check this out. But I'm just
totally
like,
do that.
This is wild.
It's one of my favorite things. I'll be in a like fucking lunch or something with a group of people, and they'll be all enjoying their lunch. And then I'll be watching the crowd, and I'll notice something, and I'll turn to the person next to me, and I'll just give them a fucking play-by-play of what's been happening.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
like, guess what?
so Smooth Moves over here.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh man. No, I would like to. You want to smoke a little weed first?
Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna have to take a baby hit because
All right.
my tolerance has gone.
Do you want to hit the baby bong?
Baby bong, please.
All right, coming your way.
Give me the baby bong. I fucking have nightmares from that goddamn curve.
Here, do you want the wick or do you want to just go?
Wick, please. Thank you, sir.
Spoiled here.
I'm gonna go super easy. 'Cause my tolerance has gone through the floor.
Nice.
Thank you, sir. Oh, I love that wick.
Oh yeah, dude, it spoils you. The thing is that like I love the hemp wick, but since I've been using it for so long, for literally years now, when I hit it, when I'm at someone's house and you hit it with just the lighter, you can taste the butane so clearly.
Yeah.
It's like, ugh.
It tastes like cancer.
yeah, exactly. All right, I'm gonna hit this. So that brings us to our next story.
Too high.
Yeah, so I've been wanting to ask you about it, especially because on the one of the podcasts I mentioned, I don't think anybody knew who it was one of those ones I couldn't edit out. I mentioned I think Kaleb threw up one time, or I think let's go through.
I didn't throw up, but I wish I did, man. Fucking anything to make me feel better.
So what happened from your perspective? How'd it go down in your lens?
All right, so our parents were doing something, right? This is when they were still dating, not married.
Mm-hmm.
And there came an opportunity for us to hang out away from parents.
Mm-hmm.
And we had already sort of surveyed the field a little bit, like, hey, you smoke weed, trying to get those feelers out there.
Yeah.
And this was at my point in high school where I had just started smoking weed.
Mm-hmm.
Like I would go to the park with friends and we would take 2 hits out of a pipe and go play tag, that sort of shit. And I felt confident. I was like, yeah, I smoke weed. Hell yeah. And so we all went to your apartment with you and Tiff, right? And I remember you guys busted out this fucking monster of a bong, which is still on that shelf right there, and I'm trying to avoid eye contact because that shit intimidates me to this day.
I'll close the curtain.
And yeah, you guys, you packed a bowl and you tried to warn me. You really did. You were like, okay, but this bong, it has a curve in it, and it's big. And I was like, I smoke weed. What are you telling me for? I smoke weed. I had probably never smoked that much in my entire life at that point. And I go on, and I have no idea what I'm doing. This is the first time I've hit a bong, by the way. Yeah. And I hit this fucking monster of a bong and take the hugest rip ever. And even you and Tiff were looking at me, and you had your eyebrows raised, and you were like, really? Yeah, you know,
I was like, this guy's a pro.
And so I exhaled and I was like, that was a lot of weed. And I just tried to play it off. And I was watching you and Tiff. You guys, you did your thing. You know, I got first green because I was the guest. You know, I appreciate that, by the way.
Always,
you know?
dude, always.
And we tried to play Smash Bros. I remember, and I just started losing my fucking mind. I thought I was dying. And I remember being like, can I call my dad? And you and Tiff were both like, no. Why are we going to do that right now? And it makes sense. I'm in high school, and I'm like, why? I want to call my dad when I'm high.
Well, and your dad's dating my mom, who chopped my head off.
Exactly.
Probably.
And here's the thing is I knew that. All of that, I knew all of the consequences. I'm going to get in trouble. Cruz, it's going to be a bad thing for him. Tiffany's going to be involved. This is ridiculous. And I was like, I'm still dying and I need to call my dad. And that's where I was at. And then you guys were like, no. And I was like, all right, I'm not doing that. And I was like, what's the medium? And you guys tried to put something on TV. You're like, let's play music. And you were playing music and none of it was working. And I was like, do you have a shower?
That's right. That's right.
I literally asked if you had a shower in your apartment, and you guys were like, yeah. And I was like, can I take a shower? And we went. I went into the shower, and I took the hottest fucking shower of my entire life. And I swear to God, I was losing my mind in there. I didn't realize how hot it was. I was just that high. And I swear, I was turning into fucking Gollum in the shower. I was like, I'm high right now. And I was just sitting there and trying to avoid the hot water while also being in the hot water. And none of it made sense. But I think I must have sweated most of it out or something.
That makes sense.
And I just came out and pretended to be okay. And I wasn't. I was not okay.
Oh, you played it off well.
Did I?
I think
felt
so.
like I was a complete fucking nerd.
Oh, dude.
You know, 'cause this was the first time that we had I think it was like the second time we had gotten to hang out like one-on-one.
That's funny.
And I was trying to be like, yeah, I'm a cool guy. Yeah, I smoke weed. You know, I was trying to play it off really cool, and I felt like I failed miserably.
It's so funny. No, honestly, it's a fond memory for us. And not in like a shit talking way. Like it's because that's the thing is that. I don't know if we've ever talked about this before, but that apartment, we've only lived in 2 apartments. We lived in that one for 1 year and this one ever since. But we used to sell weed out of that apartment. So we'd have people over all the time and they didn't walk and they get too high. And it was a common thing. Like that's why we had the disclosure down. Like, hey, like she hits really hard. You can't see the smoke, and like there's a bunch of building down there before you can see it. Just like take a small hit and rip it.
I should have known,
dude.
man.
So many fucking people, dude. I remember there was this guy one time. I was walking because it was like walking distance from the college we were going to, and I was walking back home, and there was a guy walking in front of me, and he had those like big like high pot socks, like pot leaves all over the socks. I was like, hey, do you smoke weed? He's this big white fucking like ginger guy, shaved ginger head, but you can see any like freckles. He just turned around. He's like, what? Like, do you smoke weed? He's like, yeah. He's like, I sell some. Like, do you want to come check it out? He's like, yeah. So he just brought this random dude back to my apartment, fucking, and he hit the bong and he just melted on the couch. He was like, dude, this shit's good. I think I sold him 1 gram and never heard from him again.
I don't know if that makes me feel better or worse. The fact that I was one of many, or I was one of the idiots who got caught in with the many. Like, what's worse, man?
Oh, it's good. It's a good thing. You're like a memorable guest. You know what I mean? Like there have been many who've hit the bong, but most I don't remember.
Oh God, I wish you guys could have caught me at my fucking stoniest.
Dude, same here.
Oh, God, I was smoking so much. I look back on that and I'm like, I shaved significant time off of my lifespan.
Just from smoking?
Yes, dude.
Damn.
I smoked a lot.
Yeah.
Honestly, though, I think it really got me through a tough time in my life. The thing I missed about smoking weed the most was the consistency of it. I never missed getting high. I never missed smoking itself, although it's weird because your brain associates emotion with physical things, and so the act of smoking itself is kind of comforting. Aside from that, I only missed the routine, which was it didn't matter what kind of day I had. You know, I had a good day at school, I had a good day at work, I would come home and I would smoke weed.
Mm-hmm.
I started every day smoking weed. If I had a gap in my day where maybe there was a few hours between classes or a few hours before I had to go to work, I would come home and I would smoke weed.
Mm-hmm.
It became routine. And it didn't matter what kind of day I had because I could still go home and I can go get high.
Mm-hmm.
And then eventually one day a switch went off. And I think it was after a bad acid trip, to be honest.
Oh, shit.
And I had this weird relationship with weed after that. It wasn't a thing that made me feel comforted anymore. It was something that put me on edge.
Mm.
And for a while, I used that. I used that feeling, and I would put myself on edge, and I would get shit done.
Mm.
But eventually, it became exhausting, man. And to this day, it still makes me feel that way. And I've talked to people about it. I've asked, like, hey, have you known anybody that's felt this?
Mm-hmm.
And the only answer I've ever got that makes me feel better is, my dad went through that. I'll talk to people and they'll be like, oh yeah, my dad had that same thing. And that's it. That's all I ever hear is my dad.
That's funny.
My dad went through that. And I'm like, shit.
They just haven't been through it themselves yet.
And it's weird is the dad always smokes weed now. Like that's the thing is it's so weird.
That's funny.
Is that they went through a phase where it just didn't agree with them anymore. They got old, they had kids, they got a job, they got stability, and they're at the point where they're like, all right, things are settling down for me.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're smoking weed again.
Mm. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's because honestly, I will say that I've experienced a similar thing. I still smoke pretty consistently, but it's only at night when I have nothing else to do, or on the rare day. These days don't happen anymore, but on the rare day where like you wake up and you've got a clear calendar, it's like, wow, I've nothing to do that I have to do and nothing that I want to do. Like, cool, I'm gonna smoke some weed and have some snacks, watch some TV, play some games. You know, do just chill. But
does it still affect you in that same way though?
I feel like back when I smoked all the time, like back in like when we lived in that apartment and then the few subsequent years after that, there was just no responsibility, you know? Like we always knew we wanted to have kids and wanted to save up to get a home and do this and that, but that was always like down the line someday. And we are down the line, you know? And it's like, oh fuck, we're at someday, or like someday is like next week or next year, you know, like shit.
Yeah.
So now when I get stoned, a lot of the times I regret it, but I think it's because of that on edge feeling that you're describing. But I think that the way that I like make use of it or justify it is kind of like how you said, like, because what'll happen, my old routine is you'd smoke weed and you'd play video games, you'd smoke weed and you watch TV. But now I smoke weed because you always get introspective, but there wasn't anything else behind you. Yeah, but so you'd get introspective about the movie, or how you felt about the movie, or how you felt about the game. Now I still get introspective, but I'm like, what am I doing? I should be working on the podcast, or I should be doing this project, or I should be doing this or that, like doing my chores, doing the fucking, like, it's like, so then you use that it puts me on edge. So it's like, okay, I'm going to go be productive. And then you go be productive and you feel better about it, you know? So,
dude, there was one summer in college that I stayed with our parents, and it was just after they bought their Marietta house. So I already felt uncomfortable. I was coming home from college where I smoked weed every day and drank every weekend. And I was coming back to this weird new marriage environment. And they would both go to work every day. And I would smoke weed in the backyard. You know, I'd come up with something, dude. I used to like smoke out of fruit. I would make gravity bongs. I didn't feel comfortable bringing my bong home because of how our parents felt about it. They were very anti-weed in that day. But yeah, so my thing is I would smoke in the backyard, and I would get so paranoid that one of the neighbors would rat me out that I would start cleaning the whole house. And my logic was, if they came home with the news of me smoking pot, the clean house is gonna make him feel better. So I used to mop the floors, I would sweep, and then I would mop, I would clean the countertops. I fucking would deep clean this house, and then they would come home and I'd be asleep.
That's so. Oh my god! The best part is you just work yourself out.
I really would. I couldn't enjoy it. I couldn't enjoy the high.
Yeah.
And it was just so paranoid about all of these outside things, and I feel like that definitely relates to what you're saying, man. I hit a point where I was like, I'm no longer introspective about positive things. It's not a distraction anymore. Now it's really just focusing on what it is that I feel. And in that time of my life, I wasn't feeling great. Being high only amplified that.
Yeah.
And it makes it hard, man.
Yeah.
I still get that way. When I smoke weed, I get really introspective. And I've kind of learned how to manage that. You know, I only get high in certain environments. I don't get high at parties anymore. If I'm alone and I know I'm going to be alone with nothing to do, I'll get high and I'll think about where I am in life. Like, how are my relationships going? And I'll start working scenarios out. I'll be like, what if I handled this way? And it's exhausting, to be honest. It's no longer something that I can just fall back on. It's now, I don't know, something entirely different. It's almost work. It feels like work.
Yeah. Well, it is. You're literally working on yourself.
Yeah.
You know dude. One thing I will say about that is that I don't do it on I don't smoke weed to make myself introspective and paranoid and like overthink
me
things.
neither.
But when it does happen, I do feel like some of my best revelations come out of it. You know, you get some of the best revelations don't come that way, but some of the best revelations are like there have been times, like really crystallizing moments where, like, you know, I had done a couple things enough to justify me being like, I'm going to take a break, you know, and then sit down, smoke some weed, turn on the video game or whatever. And then it's like, oh man, like I would notice like one part of my brain would be like, you shouldn't be doing this. You should be doing X, Y, and Z, turn it off. And then the other side of my brain would be like, yeah, you're right. But would just keep playing. And then it's almost like having this dual personality where like the good angel, the responsible angel is looking at the devil and it's like, okay, well then turn it off. It's like, no. It's like, we just went through this. You're in agreement with me that we should turn this off. And it's like, no, I'm just going to keep playing. It's like, whoa. Like once I noticed that guy popping up, I was like, you got to put that guy in his place. You got to fucking, he doesn't tell you no, you know, you tell that guy no. That's what I'm trying to do lately. And it's going well, but I'm trying to be more like Brent, like I said.
See, that's why like the whole dad comment reassures me, you know, because it's like whenever I hear, the only people I've ever heard talk about that are, first off, you, because we've had a similar experience. And then second, it's always somebody's dad, you know, and like what a dad thing to do to decide that, you know, fuck, I need to focus on myself. I can't get high anymore because I'm worried about all the things I have to do. Such a, you know, like patriarchal response to something like that, you know?
Yeah, well, selfless, you know? Yeah. It's funny. Some guy I was talking to the other day was telling me about his thoughts on weed. And it's funny, I'd never heard it put this way, but he's saying, I don't tell my kids weed is like a bad thing or like it's going to kill you, like how they do like in all this propaganda, you know? Like I tell them it is what it is, you know? Like, yeah, like makes you feel silly and, you know, carefree and blah, blah, blah. And, you know, you get stoned and it's not going to kill you. No one's ever died from weed. But what it will do is that it will freeze you in time. So if you start smoking weed when you're 16 and you stop when you're 26, you're going to have to make up for all that lost time that you didn't mature in certain ways between 16 and 26. Now, I don't think it's a bulletproof theory. It sounds nice. I think it's like, well, but overarching,
the idea is there.
The idea is there, and I do think that, yeah, maybe not. I'm sure you're gonna mature in some aspects, but there are some that, like, you know, whatever part of your personality that would be developing in whatever way is not because of if it's constant. And like there was I still smoke consistently now, but like when we were like fresh, me and Tiffany first met each other to like the first couple years or so of being on our own, it was like an all day thing, like Smoke weed when you wake up, smoke weed when you eat, smoke weed before you go out, smoke weed before bed.
You could put habits on it, just like nicotine.
Yeah. But she actually still is pretty much a pretty fucking big stoner. But I at some point I stopped enjoying like it'd be a thing like, oh, we're going to the store, take a hit and we go to the store, or smoke a joint in the car on the way to the store, and it just gets so like distracting. There's so much, like every person you make eye contact with is like, what are they thinking? You know, like at fucking Costco, that's a lot of eye contact with me, you know?
Costco.
Yeah.
Of all places.
Yeah, dude, I went to Costco enough time. Dude, one time we got stoned right before we went to go get lunch at this local place, and we were rolling change at the time. We were gonna go drop off some change, and we were like short like 3 dimes to make a roll, like a $10 roll of dimes. So I'm stoned, and it's a busy ass fucking, it's like Sunday morning or Saturday or something like that. There's a line out the door. We finally get to the front. The guy's like, hey, how may I help you? And I give him $1. I'm like, can I get 10 dimes? And he was just like,
don't tell me that was your entire order.
No, I had an order. But the first thing I just hand him $1. Like, can I get 10?
You end with that. It's like, I'll take a sandwich and some fries, and also, can I get 10 dimes? You don't leave with the 10 dimes.
He just looked, he was just like, what? And I was like, 10 dimes or something. And then I was so stoned, I knew what I was like, oh fuck, you fucked up, you're fucking this up. And I was like, there was a long line of people behind me. I started freaking out, and I was just like, forget about it. I don't even think we got the dimes.
Dude, if a majority of the population was stoned, they would be better people. I'm 100%. I'm gonna go out on a limb right now and say it, because people are so fucking high strung, you know? Okay, to be fair, being stoned makes me more high strung. But also, these people just need to fucking smoke some weed, man. You know? Like,
yeah.
I can't even tell you, like, how many times you'll see people and they'll be, like, getting agitated in line. You know, they'll be in line at a counter and they'll be agitated. There's so many people in front of them. Or you'll see the guy that's in his car racing to the next red light. And you're like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And I guarantee you, if you were stoned in that situation, you wouldn't give a shit about your place in line. You'd be off somewhere else, right? And this doesn't work for stoners, because they live life high. You know, they get high to get normal.
Yeah.
I used to be one of them.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
When I was at the peak, I was, like, saturated. I was smoking so much that there wasn't an opportunity for me to not be high. like it was literally, it was at that point, you know? And I don't know. It's hard because you look back, right? And you're like, oh, I could have done so many things, X, Y, Z. And then I was high during that period. So am I going to look at that and be like, it was because I was high? Or would I have done it if I was not high? You know, it's one of those. But honestly, I was doing so much at that time in my life, way more than I am now, that I feel like being high all the time got me through that. You know, it was my crutch, I guess. You know, I feel like a lot of people would look at that and look down on that. Like, oh, like you needed a crutch to get you through that point in your life. And I would just tell them, like, okay, here's the laundry list of things that I was dealing with at that time. And here's all the things that I was feeling because of that laundry list. And here's what being high made me feel. And here's what being high allowed me to do, when all of those things would have prevented me from doing that. And here I am now. I got myself to this point. Am I in the best place that I could have been? Probably not. Who is, though?
Yeah, you never know. Maybe you are.
Nah, I could be doing better. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean,
but there's always that thought, right?
Yeah.
There's always that thought.
Yeah. No, I definitely. I like the way you made that point. You know, to where it's like, because I guess the counterpoint would be that not everybody who goes through it makes it out. You know, like not everybody who gets entrenched in using something as a crutch at a certain point is able to, like, it's the classic story. Someone hurts their fucking back and they get prescribed the painkillers, and then the next thing you know, they're addicted to painkillers and it ruins their fucking life. So, but I like the way that you just put it, because I think it's a good anecdotal example of
Exactly.
of how that I believe in that kind of mentality.
You know what's crazy? I got some research for you.
Hmm.
So a group of psychologists, I think it was UK, they decided to study early drug use, right? And so they took a group of young kids and they followed them through life in terms of when are you using drugs, right? And they started with weed. And so they found a group of kids who used weed at a really young age, and they monitored their success level compared to other factors. And a big thing that they found was the age you stop using drugs on a habitual level has a really big impact on your success, right? And they found no relationship between how young you started and how successful you were. And so it's that key thing. It's like, okay, like what are you using it for? And when? What point in your life, right? And another big factor was, do you go on to other drugs, right? Because I feel like if you get addicted to meth, it's a really different situation than if you're habitually using weed.
It's a hard habit to kick.
You know, like weed, it's not good for you. I'm not going to say it's good for you. I think if you're using a medicinal like prescription, you know, like if you've got some weird kooky doctor who has decided that cannabinoids are better than traditional medicine, which I feel like is super rare, and he's like, hey, takes X amount of milligrams every day for this amount of time. I feel like weed is not good for you, right?
Yeah.
Unless you really know your shit.
I think it might just be like in that case of maybe for just the first thing that I would imagine is maybe someone has like cancer, doesn't want to have chemo, and doesn't want to turn all loopy on like pain medications. So it's like, well, you can smoke some weed. You know?
Here's the thing, though. All of those people are self-medicating. This is not a doctor that's telling them take this amount of milligrams, this frequency for this long, you know? And it's because weed was demonized, right? And there's a whole lot of implications you can draw to that with, you know, Reagan, the war on drugs, how minorities fit into that we're not going to get into today. Because that's fucking, man, it'd go on forever.
Yeah. Now, tune in next time, folks.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, shoot. I will go on record and talk about this because that shit, man, it's worth talking about. I'll say that. Anyways, weed was otherized, right? It was like, okay, you're over here in this pile of things that we don't fuck with. And they switched to pharmaceutical alternatives. If you look at ibuprofen, it is a analog of a cannabinoid, which means it's pretty much the same exact thing. It's just they've tweaked it enough to not get you high, right? Which I feel like doesn't even make it not a cannabinoid because there are cannabinoids that don't get you high, like CBD. I use CBD routinely. It helps with a lot of things for me. And they switched to these pharmaceutical alternatives, one, because it's more profitable, right? They can control production using the chemical resources that you need, right? You know, like if you don't have a lab, you can't make ibuprofen type of thing. If you have a patch of dirt, you can make a cannabinoid.
Yeah, yeah. I see what you're saying.
So basically, weed has been delegitimized, right? And so I have a really strong idea that if a doctor were to go out, like a legitimate doctor, part of a practice, say you're a primary care physician at Kaiser Permanente, were to go out and say, hey, you're on cancer treatment and you're having a really hard time with this, I'm going to prescribe you a cannabinoid to help you with this. I have a really strong feeling that their decision would cause attention, first off. Somebody's going to talk. Somebody's going to make it a big deal because cannabis is illegal federally. They would be at risk of losing their license. And I'm pretty sure a government agency would come after them. You know, because that's where we're at right now. We're on the way to making that situation better, but it's long overdue.
So who is this Heisenberg of of doctors is going to come out with the prescriptions? Is it you?
Shit, I don't want to go to medical school. I don't like seeing people in pain. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
it's hard for me. But yeah, it'll come. It's gonna be long overdue, and they're just gonna wave it off like it's no big deal, and we're gonna celebrate it. We're not gonna acknowledge all of the injustice that came with that, depending on where you live. And it's gonna be the new normal. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, see, that's the thing. That's just been the norm. That's the default. You know what I mean? Like this ability to really have access at all, like one individual to have access to all these records and all this information, you know, like libraries were such a big deal fucking 1,000 years ago because not everybody could read, and like the people there who had access to all the books, you know, we're like those people now. We have access to all this information, all the fucking Tuskegee, fucking, you know, Tulsa. We got all these events now that are like just common knowledge to us
here's the thing though, they're not. I don't think Tulsa or the Tuskegee Airmen, actually no, the Tuskegee Airmen for sure are common knowledge, because it's celebrating the idea of inclusion, right? And they're a pretty good example. You know, they made themselves memorable. But like Tulsa, I didn't learn about Tulsa in U.S. history, and I went to take AP U.S. history in high school. Didn't learn it then. You know, I went into college, and the college I picked was named after Supreme Court Justice Thurgood Marshall, the first black Supreme Court justice. And there was a mandated American history curriculum that focused on the perspective of minorities and how that has changed throughout American history. And I still didn't learn about Tulsa. I learned about Tulsa on my own. You know?
Yeah, but see that, like, you're okay. I get what you're saying. Yeah, it's not common knowledge in the sense that it's being taught in schools when you went through school. But I remember learning. I forget how I learned about it in the first place. It might have been through social media, like just one of those unbelievable posts.
Yeah, that's where I learned it too.
And then, so I don't know if you heard about the Watchmen show.
Yeah.
It was like based the whole plot was loosely, you know, but that was a central part of the plot. Is that
it was in Tulsa?
Yeah, and like there was like a museum of remembrance, and reparations were a big thing. Redfordations after the Robert Redford, the president, or whatever. Right. So, like that's what I'm saying is that I get what you're saying, that like where things are just going to move on and no one's going to know about it, but this ability to know at all it's so new. Like it's like to us it seems like obvious, like man, fucking acknowledgement and like some kind of justice should occur, but like for thousands of years shit just happened and you either never heard about it at all, or propaganda in the newspaper and the radios told you what to think, and if you weren't there you didn't know. So it's just like I think that we're that, like you said, it's gonna happen, like for example, like you were saying, the undemonization of like cannabinoids and stuff like that, how it can be used in like a clinical setting like that. The for lack of a better term, just because on my mind, the reparations for the damage done, I'm not so sure, but I think reparations for that kind of thing will become more normal the more this kind of like access to all this information, because we're like the first, maybe second generation of that, with access to a fucking Wikipedia.
Well, yeah, where you could type something into your phone and be like, "What's the answer?"
Yeah, dude, you don't even have to type anymore. You can just say it.
That's true. Yeah, you just fucking, "Hey Siri."
Yeah, exactly.
Hey Siri, tell me about the wrongdoings of cannabis legalization.
Yeah, or Chat GPT.
Oh man, we'll see how that goes, dude. Holy shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's one of those things, because you got the idea of reparations, and to me, when I think of that word, I think of like making the situation right. And like the reparations are, you take somebody who has been in prison for 30 plus years on marijuana related charges, and the reparations is, hey, just so you know, we were wrong and we're gonna let you free now, and it ends there. It's like, okay,
If that.
yeah, how do you get your 30 years plus back from the state who imprisoned you, probably forced you into some type of work that you weren't being paid for, put you in a violent environment, you know? I doubt that was a progressive environment where, like, you could make yourself better, maybe to a point, but it's like you're not going to get a college degree in prison.
No. And then you're coming out, depending on your experience in the prison, you're coming out not as the person you went in as. You might have been a nonviolent marijuana user, and then now you just spent 30 years in a fucking prison where all kinds of things happen. Like, you're not coming out the same guy.
And I don't even think, is that universal? Did Congress ever pass that thing? Decriminalizing it?
Decriminalizing marijuana, or
I feel like it was a from here on out type of thing, right? It wasn't a let's forgive all of the incriminations in the past.
Oh yeah, it was for like a from here. Yeah, as far as I know, I never heard anything about like forgiving. I don't agree.
Okay, but state by state, California has started to throw away marijuana convictions.
Ones that have already happened in the past. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's.
But again, that's state by state. That's not a federal thing. Marijuana has been decriminalized since I was in high school, at least. I don't know the exact date, but it's been a while.
Yeah.
At least in California. Sorry, I should say.
Yeah, around circa 2015-16, because that's when I stopped my side business. Couldn't beat the competition. Definitely don't have time for fucking gender and identity. I'll write down this for next time.
That's a good one.
Race and equality.
I have science.
War on drugs. What is science? All right.
So this couple, they were obsessed with birds. They were like a bird-watching couple, and you can picture how nerdy they might be, But power to them, man. They discovered a non-binary species of bird, and basically there was one type of female, and there were two type of males, right? And again, I'm gonna be really explicit here. That's sex, not gender, right? Which I feel like is the distinction most people miss. But so within the male sex, there were two types of males. There was one who used to picture like your like alpha male stereotype, right? Their mission is to spread their genetics most efficiently as they can, and that's their sole primary focus, right? And they would have multiple partners, and they would just flit about their day and fuck girls that looked pretty, I guess. I don't know. And there was another type of male who was considered more of a family-oriented male, right? And so they would have one partner for life, and they would help raise the young. They would stay with one partner and make sure that the children got prepared for life and succeeded as birds, whatever you would define a bird's success as. How many seeds they get? I don't know, I guess. If they have a 401k, I don't know.
Depends what neighborhood they're from.
But yeah, so that was a non-human example, right? There was another example. The specifics, I lost them, so forgive me. But there was a tribe in Africa that was studied by probably some Europeans that came over and were, talking about the Brave New World and all that. And there were two types of female genders. And one of them was your typical childbearing mother, matriarchal type of figure. And another one was a much more warrior-oriented female. This was somebody who could hold their own in combat, who was more geared towards a military life, and they were separated from that matriarchal type environment, right? And so this idea of two genders is not concrete. That's kind of where I'm getting at there, is that it isn't as inherent to our biology as many people would like us to think. Sure, there are genetic differences between male and female. You can account muscle mass, you can account sexual organs, all those things. But gender can be separate from your sex. And I feel like that's where most people get mixed up, right? Is they associate the two, right? And they see man as male and woman as female. And I feel like if people could forget that sort of strict way of thinking, they would be much more comfortable with the idea of multiple gender identities, right? Where a person who is they, them, has no interest in convincing you what kind of sexual organ they have. I'm going to go out on a limb and say there's a 99% chance that they don't give a shit if you think they have a vagina or a penis, right? But that is different from sex. Sex is not gender. And the sooner we can all figure that out, the sooner we can stop arguing about it, you know? Because I feel like we're getting lost in the definition and we're not able to focus on what is the outcome.
I agree that sex and gender are completely different. The thing is that gender just doesn't exist. It's a made-up concept that's supposed to encompass all kinds of. It's supposed to be a blanket that encompasses all kind of stuff. Like everything that you described in the ant, in the birds, and the human example, the tribe, and the other examples of like just how people express themselves. It's just behavior. It's not like your gender is another word for sense of identity / subjective feeling.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't care what your gender identity is. I will call you what you want to be called. I will respect if you feel that way. This person feels that way. But the kind of like the compulsion to, for example, how we have to identify, instead of saying pregnant people, or I'm sorry, instead of saying pregnant woman, you say pregnant people because men can get pregnant too. And it's like, no, they can't.
Okay, biologically, I don't think they can. From what I know, I don't think it's possible for a man to get pregnant. And wow, that's weird. Because, okay, so is man, I feel like man is hard because man is so close to male, whereas woman, female, right? They're kind of different in terms of your language.
No, it's man. A man is a human male, and a woman is a human female. And then if you feel like something that's different, then that's a feeling. And then if you express yourself through your behavior as something different, like you're a woman but who doesn't breed and who behaves in combat, then you are a masculine female. Take the masculinity out of it. You are a female warrior.
Right,
you know?
and that's the difference between sex and gender. So, I mean, I guess the counter argument there is if a female who either identifies as a man or a female who is transitioning to male sex-wise identifies as a man and they still have a uterus, a man can get pregnant. And don't get me wrong, that sounds weird to me because that's not my experience, right? But what I'm trying to do is put myself in that experience. All right, so I don't feel comfortable as a woman, right? I may be female. I may be transitioning to male sex-wise, but I am a man. As far as I'm concerned, I'm a man. If I have a uterus, I can get pregnant, right? And to the 98% of us who don't experience this, that's probably honestly, I'm going to be a little rude. It probably sounds stupid. Not going to lie. But that's because we can't relate, right? So I feel like that step is putting aside what we know, which is really hard to do. And I do that all the time because I love to play devil's advocate. It's like, I love to be the guy that's like in the back of the room that like, but what if? What if? You know? And so I'm just saying that like it's not what we're used to. Okay? And that's perfectly fine. I feel like a lot of times people are focused on what makes them comfortable. And anything outside of that will set them on edge, right? And it'll put them in a uncomfortable place and they don't know how to deal with that. So the response is anger. It's alienating somebody that they don't understand. And this can go for anything, not even just gender.
That's the thing. It's not that it's something that we're not used to. People can become accepting of all kinds of abnormal things. It happens all the time. But
with time, with exposure, it's literally until you can put yourself in that person's shoes, right? I doubt that they're arguing biology, right? You'll see some things that get news coverage because they're inflammatory. You know, there's something that we can look at and get a very divided response on. But in terms of basic, like, I just want you to call me they.
Okay.
I just want you to call me her.
So that I think we can reach some common ground here. I agree in the nuance of the situation and the importance of self-identity and being, in a polite society, accepting of other people's identities so long as they aren't intrusive. Now, that last part's important.
Intrusive.
The intrusiveness. Now, I agree with you and believe in my own personal experience. I've met, a handful of trans people who are, for one that comes to mind is there was a kid I knew who was clearly male who dressed as female. And when I asked him his name, he said it was Stephanie or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
So
I get those a lot, man.
I referred to her being Stephanie as her and she from then on.
I'll have kids that go in and they'll have their parents go into the school system and change their name on my roster so that I don't call them by the incorrect name. Like, think about the amount of dedication that is going into that process, right? So I'll have a student, I have forgotten his name. She's female, or it's hard.
Yeah.
You mix them up, right? He is female, and he had a female associated name before that last year. And since then, he has gotten his parents to go in and change the roster on my end, the teacher's end of the student portal that monitors attendance.
Okay, so I agree that most people in this situation probably just want to be called what they ask you to call them.
Right.
And that's good enough. And I wouldn't raise this issue if the issue wasn't being raised by larger entities that, in my opinion, I think that some group of people is seeking to exploit the plight of people who are in the alphabet community, whether it's the L's, the G's, the B's, the T's, the Q's, the I's, whatever is in there, whatever new letters enter in there.
People different from you.
They're the entities that seek power, whether it's capitalistic profit, whether it's social control, divide and conquer, things that will cause people to no longer agree on the same things and then be able to make it that much easier to implement social controls, are exploiting the experience of these people who I agree are marginalized, who have a unique experience. So I think that
I was confused.
I think the masses of people who actually are experiencing this, the minority that they are, but let's say they make up 1% of the population. All right, that's still out of what, 300? Let's just say 400 million.
Might be closer to 10.
Okay, so
like
10
to 15.
So 45 million people. That's still a lot of people,
right,
even as a minority. So those people who are actually experiencing this are getting exploited by people or multiple groups that, whether it's profit, whether it's power, whether it's social control, they are shaping a narrative so that because it's not about the identity or the inclusion or the making people feel better. It's about the control of language and speech. That's what it is.
Right.
The mandating, the requiring. If you identify as a she or a Star Wars fan, I will call you she, I will call you a Star Wars fan. But as soon as I am mandated and punishable to not call you that, I am not in a free society. I am not required to affirm your identity. It is not my legal obligation or responsibility to affirm your identity. And the plight of these people is being exploited so that control over what we say, which leads right to what we're allowed to think, that is what I think is going on. And I think that the people who the real people who are experiencing this, they they genuinely are experiencing it, so that when someone comes along with a nice sounding narrative of this is for you, we're going to be more inclusive, it's not just everyone else's speech they're controlling your speech too. So first it's what does he mean, what does she mean, but then it's fucking, is this 5 or is this 4?
Yeah.
And it's like, people think that I'm crazy for, like, not me, but like people who think that kind of shit are crazy, but it's like, that's not, 1984 wasn't fucking fiction. You know what I mean? It was, but it's like, that was
at the time.
Yeah.
At the time, it was fiction.
But it was based off of the reality of things like the Soviet Union and fucking Maoist China and what shit that still goes on today, depending what part of the world you're in. So but just to cap it off, I will call you whatever you want to be called, but when you made the example of, say I'm a woman, but I identify as a man, I get surgery to become a man, but I still have a uterus, therefore men can get pregnant. I'll go so far as this: trans men can get pregnant, but men can't, because a human male is a man.
Biologically born males.
Yes, that's just more syllables.
We're trying to evolve past the idea of sex and go into gender, which is not something we have done as a people. Right.
I know, but dude, it's made up. It's made up.
It is, but so is social media.
But
and we have seen
female is not.
But we have seen the effects of how a made up thing can affect our people so deeply, right?
But here's
so
the thing,
social media and gender, they're both made up things that have deep effects on
I
us
can
as
hold
people.
social media in my hand and look at it. That's the thing.
I can hold gender in my hand and look at it.
How? Yeah, what would you be holding in your hand?
Oh, you got me. I was thinking of sex. You're right. Because I could hold up my California ID and be like, I am male or female.
Well, see,
right?
that's the thing. Is that okay? I'll even go this far. If you're a trans man who identifies as male, you can put that on your ID card. It's your identification, sure. But when you go to the doctor, I'm not saying legal. I'm just saying I'll go like that. I'll go that far as like what I believe in, what I think would be the right thing to do.
That's a weird thing.
But here's the thing. Your driver's license can say male even though you're a biological female. But when you go to the doctor for stomach pain, whether or not you are a biological male or a biological female is going to affect what the doctor's looking for.
But here's the thing, is that for up until this point in recent history, sex and gender have been used as the same thing. So, like, if you look at the census, right, some states will say, what is your sex? And some states will say, what is your gender? Because to them, they mean the exact same thing. And that's what we're trying to get past, right, is that I can have a sex that is biological and I can have a gender that is social. We might be getting to that point. I think it's like the census will ask sex and the states will ask gender. It's getting really weird because you have to deal with like voter registration and things, right? And we know that's not easy to change.
Well, here's, I guess maybe for statistics, like for the statisticians out there, but like if your biological sex matters, then that should be the question. If it doesn't matter, then fine. I'll go. I don't, because here's the thing. I don't care what your gender is. Just like I don't care what your favorite movie is. I don't care.
But they could matter, right? So say,
well, here's what I mean. Like when you said the voting thing.
Mm-hmm.
What does your biological sex matter? The only reason I say statisticians is that you could do a stat like, well, men tend to vote this way, women tend to vote this way. But then, hey, if you use gender instead, then you've got stats about people who identify as men, whether they're male or not, whatever. But my point is that, like, if you go to the doctor's office, the doctor's got to know your biological sex.
Right.
But if you go to the voting booth,
I don't argue that
at
all. I feel like that's so important, right? Because male or female are going to experience so many different types of issues. You know, there are things that come with both of those.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Yeah, or if you're signing, maybe this is where it gets controversial.
But gender is social.
But okay, gender is made up. That's the thing.
Does that make it less important?
It depends on what we're talking about. So, for example, what I'm talking about is
how you present yourself as a person.
So you can present yourself a certain way, and I will call you whatever label you want me to call you. But a man. So to bring it back to the syllables, you wanted to be. You got specific instead. A biological human female, or a biological human male,
which is sex.
Biological human male. Is that 6 syllables?
6.
All right. man.
Man.
There's a reason
Okay.
there's a reason
Male. No, not man. Male.
No, here's the thing. There's male.
Male.
There's male iguanas. There's male cats. There's male dogs. Usually we have names for those. A female dog is a bitch. All right. We have a word for a human male, a man. A human female is a woman.
But I just told you there are a species of bird
But
with
those aren't.
one bird male and 2 bird men.
No, you have
One bird female
no.
and 1 bird woman.
No. You have one human. You have one bird male. You have one
Okay.
bird female, and there's different behaviors between those two.
But there
the
are
ones
two,
that
there are
the
two
ones that are
different men.
I'm
two
sure
different men.
I'm sure the ones that are large and have more bird testosterone are the ones that have the alpha type, and then the ones that are less large and less aggressive, they have the other phenotype. But they're both male birds, and what we're doing is we're projecting the idea of gender onto them. Those are just different behaviors. They're like you can have a woman, a human female, who behaves masculinely, or take the masculinity out of it. She likes to lift weights and drive trucks and fight. Those are her hobbies. She is still a woman.
That is a masculine behavior, right? But that does not make her a man.
But why? What makes it masculine? Why can't women just do things and it just be a thing that they do? This is the art. It's just behaviors. We're applying an extra step, an extra label, and this is where I take such an issue with it, is because it fundamentally puts a wedge in the language barrier. And now, like you were earnestly trying to describe your experience with that kid that you had the deal, or the kid that whose the parents went in and changed the name, and you didn't know what to call the kid at first. You stumbled over it because it's not a natural thing to have to think about. It's an extra step that is under the guise of inclusivity and like niceness towards the people who are genuinely feeling a sense of isolation and persecution and not fitting in. They are being handed a golden ticket that makes them feel nice, but in it is not. It's subterfuge. It's a Trojan horse to take control of the language. It's not. It's just like how I don't think COVID was released on purpose to create a psyop. Gender, I don't think, was created to create a psyop, but a psyop it has become. And it's a completely extra label that should not have any bearing on the use of he or she in a literal sense. If you would like me to call you he or she in a social sense, because that's how you feel and you identify, more than happy to do it. Anyone who vehemently won't do it just because because of like ideological, I hate you because you're other reasons, they're in the wrong. But the idea that I have to change the entire world has to change their definition of what a man and what a woman is. It doesn't make any sense. It's completely just so many extra unnecessary steps other than just, hey, call me what I want to be called, be nice about it.
See, I definitely feel like that's where we're getting tied up as a people, right? We've seen a lot of things about male who have transitioned to female competing in the Olympics and things and performing much better than people who were born female, right? And I can see how that's an issue. And I don't have an easy answer for that. I could see how being born male and transitioning to female would give you an advantage over somebody who was born female in certain sports, right? I can see that side of the argument. And I just don't think it's been sitting in our collective consciousness enough for us to be able to work out these issues, right? And so those things are not going to go away easily. What I see as an easy fix is simply addressing somebody how they would like to be called, right? And so I give you a scenario. I wanted to ask this question way long ago. If you walked up to a dude in a coffee shop, he was kind of feminine, he had long hair, and he had a beard, but you approached him from behind and you said, "Excuse me, miss, are you waiting in line?" And he turned around and he went, "I'm a dude." Do you think that would cause a significant conflict?
Not if he was a reasonable dude.
Not if he was a reasonable dude. Okay. So if we're dealing with reasonable people and you approach a female who identifies as man, you say, "Excuse me, miss, can I cut you in line?" And she says, "I prefer to be called sir." And you went, "Okay, sir, can I cut you in line?" You know? You have no problem with that, right?
No.
It's the mandation. A mandated, you have to call this person by this pronoun or you're going to be sentenced to XYZ.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
no, it's this. This is a perfect example. Yes, exactly. And this is what fucking scares me, man. To some people, it seems innocuous. It seems inclusive. It seems like the right thing to do. Remember when my grandpa passed away, he left behind a bunch of books.
Right.
I don't know if you heard about it, but me and Tiffany wanted to go through the books, pick which ones to keep. So we're going through these books, and he has 10 dictionaries from the fucking from the 50s up till like the 80s or whatever.
You like books.
Yeah, and he had several dictionaries. And I joked, I was like, "Hey, like we should definitely keep one of these older dictionaries because you know they're gonna start changing the definition of words one of these days." I always joke about dystopian fucking 1984 future we got coming. And she's like, "Oh, stop it, put it away." We didn't keep any dictionaries. The next, like that following week, within 1 week, I saw an article about how it was one of the major dictionaries. It was like Merriam-Webster or Merriam-Webster?
Merriam-Webster.
Yeah, Merriam-Webster, Oxford. So one of those major dictionaries changed the dictionary definition of man and woman. It used to be, and I remember because I looked it up in the physical dictionary that I had. I opened it, and it was the definition of a man was a human male or a male of the human species, fucking Felix, whatever the fucking alien hominid.
Yeah.
You know? So,
Got you.
Yeah, that's the dictionary definition of a man. They changed within the week. They changed the dictionary definition of a man to that, and then added the also a human blah 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 who identifies as a man.
Okay, here's a question for you. So when you think of man, do you think of the dictionary definition provided by Merriam-Webster, or do you think of a set of behaviors? When the word man comes to mind, what do you think of first?
I think of a human male, which for the most part you can. There are exceptions, but for the most part you can clearly tell. I have met plenty of trans people in my life, and you can clearly tell whether they're male or whether they're female.
Gender goes beyond that. It's social, right?
Okay. This is. Gender goes beyond wherever you want to go and want it to go beyond. I'm sure once we draw a line where gender ends, it'll go beyond that too. It never fucking stops. This is what I'm talking about, is this never-ending Tower of Babel that you're as such unique and nuanced things that we are, human beings. Fine, that's your prerogative, that's your right, that's your freedom. Go do that and be as unique and nuanced of a identity as you want to be. But he and she is too fundamental to not only what it is to be a human being, but what it is to exist as an organic creature. Here, let me give an example. There was a point that you were making that I want to come back to about what was it about the sports? About sports. What should we do about sports? Okay.
Yeah, because there's biological differences between people born male and female.
Let me make two examples here. Okay, what's the right thing to do if you have a man who identifies as a woman who wants to play basketball? He plays basketball with the men and is referred to by. She plays basketball with the men and is referred to by her chosen name, and the commentators will call her she. She, the trans male, does not get to play with the women.
Okay.
And so that's first of all, as far as labels go, the morally right thing to do is that you are biologically a male, you identify as a woman, you play with the other biological males, and we call you Stephanie, and we call you she. And anybody who fucks up as a commentator will get a licking. They'll get a fucking talking to. Maybe they get put to the desk. But here's what we don't do. We don't take the biological man and put him with the biological women and then say how impressed we are that she's the #1 fucking swimmer in the world. All right, and the second example of as far as what do we do about the sports, if this is such a big thing, if there's so many trans people like there apparently are, it's quite simple. Capitalism will capitalize by making more leagues, and it'll be inclusive. Trans men compete with trans men, trans women compete with trans women, and biological men with biological men, biological women with biological women. Now you're appealing to all these different audiences, and here's the best thing. You know how many fucking people actually play basketball and are trans? Not that many. You make a team, you're going to be the number 1 basketball player in the world. You're going to be the number 1 trans male athlete in the world. All of a sudden, all these people, all these trans men are thinking about taking up swimming because right now there's a million different people trying to be the number 1 fucking male heavyweight champion. But how many trans male heavyweight champions are there out there? You got a smaller pool, so you have that much higher of a shot to be the number 1 trans male athlete in the world. You got a bigger audience, you got all the fucking advertising, you got all the merchandise, you got all this fucking shit that can generate a profit, make everybody feel good about themselves. That's the perfect fucking everybody wins solution. But what you don't do is you put fucking a biological male in a race against a bunch of biological female and say that she's the new world champion.
So in that example, there were 2 things that stuck out to me. The fact that a trans female who was born male would still compete with the male athletes, but still be called by her personal pronouns. And in that moment, I thought of somebody who was extremely fucking badass. That's where my head went. Is it like you got your hair in a ponytail, you probably got more fat on your body than the people next to you, you know, but you're still kicking ass and hitting threes. And that made me feel good. I definitely feel like that's like a Disney movie moment, right? Like this is the perfect case scenario.
Yeah.
In terms of somebody who was born male, transitions to female, competes with females, I feel like that's a more difficult scenario because the science there is still developing, right? We don't know if the age that you start your transition matters. I would assume it would, right? Because puberty hits and things like bone density and body fat are going to change depending on your born sex, right? And I feel like if you get offended by that, you got to go read a biology textbook. It's truth. You know, we know this to be true. We've known it to be true for a long time, right? But the period of transitioning is very new. This is a new science. We're going to go ahead and we're going to remove your sex organs. We're going to give you hormones that are not geared for your born sex, right? And we're going to change your biology, right? We're still learning about how all of this works. So if you took a dude who was like, I don't know, 28, and he decided he wanted to be a woman, I doubt that much is going to change in his body. If anything, it's going to be the body fat. It's going to depend on how much surgery he has done, or she, I'm sorry. It's confusing. And I don't feel like the development of the person is going to be affected. So at some point, there's going to be a limit to how much you can change, right? And with this gray area, there's not going to be a right answer, right? But one thing I did notice is I feel like you're really focused on consequences of sort of using the wrong pronouns, right? Like you talk a lot about dictionary definitions, right? This is what it is and this is what it isn't, right? And I feel like this kind of digs to the root of the issue, which is I feel like you've said it so many times, and it's the same argument that I have. It's that gender is made up. And I feel like with that concept, you look at it and you go, this is inconsequential. We need to focus on the dictionary definitions of man and woman, male, female, right? And you're like, gender's made up. This is bullshit. Let's look at our sex, because that's what's important. And me, I'm like, sex gets you to a certain point, but gender is made up. So where you go from there is up to you. Right?
So, okay, so sex gets you to a certain point. Where does gender get you? Where does
behavior?
Where does gender get you as a society?
It's all societal behavior.
What does the purpose, or like what is so important about gender being so explicit that we have to put it in our bios, that there's consequences for not identifying the right thing, that you're an asshole if you don't identify somebody by the gender that they prefer. Where is the importance of gender in our not in our society in particular, but at all? What function does gender serve other than servicing somebody's identity?
Okay, anecdote. When I was in college, I worked at a biolab, and my supervisor was gay. He was a very feminine presenting gay man. And I remember him telling me how he was not respected, how he was passed up for promotions, and how he felt like he was getting the worst jobs. And what I noticed change in him is he started getting more aggressive. He started causing confrontations when things bothered him. He started aggressively pursuing more opportunity within the company, and he started acting more like a straight man, right? And he was still gay the whole time. He had a boyfriend. They'd been together for years. And that got him success. Presenting more as you would as a masculine male got him more success, right? So that's just you asked for an example of why is it important. That is an example of how it was important to him.
But that didn't change his gender. That had nothing to do with his gender. He always identified as a man.
But the thing is he was very feminine when I first knew him. He was very subdued. He was
so he was a man with feminine behavior.
Correct.
And when he changed his behavior to masculine, then something happened. But that didn't change what he was. You can train a dog to. You could absolutely train a dog to behave masculinely or femininely, whatever you think those definitions are, but it doesn't change what the dog is. Is a male dog or is a bitch?
Yeah.
It's. I think we're more or less in agreement about as far as like how to treat the individuals around this thing, but I will not cede the language. You can't just take over something as fundamental as that. You need to make something new. You can't just take something like a fundamental. It's not one of the ones near the top of the pyramid. It's one of those ones that you take out from the bottom. It's like a keynote or what's the
keystone.
Yeah, it's like a keystone. You take that one out, it all falls apart. Or it's one of them. There might be a few of them that you take out, and if you take out enough, it falls apart. And it's just completely unnecessary. There are so many ways to affirm somebody's identity and make them feel welcome and seen and heard and respected. And doing something like changing fundamental building blocks of not only just society but like reality itself. I do not see it as a good solution. That's just the thing. The language part. I'm not even saying that I won't make up a new term. Like come up with a new term that refers to gender. This is fundamentally the problem of conflating the term that we use to define sex with gender. So it's like instead of like coming up with a new thing, a new single acronym or single syllable thing that you can use for gender, they try to co-opt this old thing. It's like, no, that already means that. It's like, well, we'll just change the dictionary definition. It's like, well, you can do that, but it's still like now everything's confusing.
And I will say that I feel like the example I gave with the tribe that had two genders of female, they had distinctions for both, right? They were not called the same thing. They were easily identifiable. But that being said, in our current way of doing things, our society, if they were able to come up with another term that encompasses their identity without shame, without any type of otherizing, where it's like you are not normal and you are worth less. If we can eliminate that part, I support it 100%. But I'm not optimistic about that. So to me, what I feel like is I can give up a language. I don't see it as a keystone to say he or she, they. I don't care about they, them. To me, it's a placeholder in my fucking email that I'm sending to my boss. And I gloss over it. I really do. And I feel like a lot of the fear comes from the fear of making a mistake and being ostracized for that mistake. And in that, we assume that they are less human than us and that they're going to hound us like vultures for calling them the pronoun they don't want. And if they do, honestly, shame on them. I'm not gonna lie. Unless somebody is explicitly antagonizing you, refusing to call you by your pronoun after you've let them know many times, hey, I would prefer to be called this. You know, it's like if somebody called you shithead every day and you were like, please don't call me shithead, and they kept calling you shithead, you know? But if it's an honest mistake, how are we going to, like, batter down our own people like that for making an honest mistake? You know, it's one of those things. So, yeah, that's where I stand. Unless we can come up with that utopian definition of somebody who is not binary, I'm not on board with it. If it comes with any otherizing or any type of shame with that statement, it's not going to happen for me. But I also don't get caught up in these definitions. I don't care what Merriam-Webster has to say. I feel like if I can adjust this part of my speech, this tiny sliver, inconsequential sliver of my speech, and it makes you feel better, guess what? I'll go ahead and do it. And if I make a mistake, I'm sorry. Please don't hunt me down for it.
I feel the same way, apart from the inconsequentialness of the language, because it's not the people who are, it's not the trans people's consequences I'm worried about. It's the exploitation of the consequences that are supposed to be in their favor that I'm worried about. It's the seeding of fundamental language to I mean, because in Canada, this is actually, like, it's criminal to misgender somebody.
By what?
Like gender expression is they've been integrated into a protected class, such as
what's the penalty?
I have to look it up, but I believe that you can be like sued or for for endangerment or something like that, or for like harassment or something like
harassment makes sense.
Like, because they're in the, so gender expression has been included in with race, sex. So like
protected characteristic.
Yeah. So it's a protect. So if you can't make up your race. You can't make up your sex. You can't. Those things are pretty obvious things that can't be changed, immutable things. But like we've stated, gender is made up and is fluid and can be changed at any time. So to protect a class like that and to hold you criminally liable for something as fluid as that is just once. And they're our fucking northern neighbors. They're right above us. This isn't fucking Soviet Russia across the pond. Like, this is Western culture starting to get into the domain of required speech. You know, for prohibited speech is one thing, required speech is another. And something as fundamental as the label he and she is like I you think it's an over-exaggeration, but that fucking, is this 4 or is it 5? And I don't want you to just tell me 5 because you know it's what I want you to hear. I need to know that you know that it's 5. That's
my only counter to that is that, yes, the ideas of how genders behave are made up. It's a societal expectation. But personally, I've never felt like I've expressed myself one way or the other. I have always felt like I've just expressed myself when I'm comfortable. And if I'm uncomfortable, I'm weird as fuck. I'm not going to lie. You know, I'm probably that awkward dude in the corner, you know. But in terms of how I express myself, I've never been like, I'm going to express myself as a man, you know? Like, I've never actually thought that. It's been sort of a genuine thing, an innate thing that comes out of me when I'm with people. And so that is the distinction I'm going to make, is that, okay, the ideas of how genders behave are made up. But in terms of how somebody present themselves, either it's genuine, it's who they are, they're not thinking about it, or they're masking, and they're changing themselves to fit in with whatever society expects them to, right? And those, I feel like that kind of encompasses all the in-betweens, you know? So it's weird because I feel like that's the main argument that people make when they're saying, I don't identify as a woman, I identify as a man. It's that their comfortable expression of themselves fits more closely with how you would expect a man to behave. Even though their sex is female, it fits more with how you would expect a man to behave. Or same thing, vice versa. Somebody born male maybe acting more like a female, or I'm sorry, more like a woman than you would a man. And it's how they fit into society, right?
Well, the irony to me is that I'm personally of a similar mindset to where like I'm even farther gone than you are as far as like I don't even believe in the masculinity or the femininity anymore. I believe that those are antiquated terms. I believe that the idea that going out and working is masculine and staying at home and taking care of the baby is feminine. I don't believe that is also made up. Masculinity and femininity, those are labels for something you can't grab.
And they refer to outdated time too.
Exactly. So the thing to me is that it's like, yeah, I've never I like things because I like them and I do them because I do them, and at no point have I ever been like, I like this because I'm a man and this is what men like. I do it because it's what I like. So to me, I don't understand this obsession with putting a label on what my behavior feels like. Which is where it's like the opposite almost of what you're saying, to where like, well, my behavior is a part of my identity, so I got to put a label on it. It's like, well, but the whole way we got here was dissolving the old labels like masculine and feminine because we knew that they were outdated. So why are we going back to this arbitrary, unnecessarily labeling of stuff? You know, like
maybe that's the key right there, is that maybe we don't have to understand. You know, because honestly, you and I have never felt that way. I don't know how I'm going to possibly understand how somebody feels to be born in a body that's not fitting with who they are as a person. What I'm going to do is I'm going to trust what they tell me. And I'm going to trust that when they tell me, if you call me they, that makes me feel more comfortable in my own skin. And I'll be like, fuck, okay, that's what I'm going to call you. You know, if it makes you more comfortable, because I will never understand. I'm pretty comfortable in my own skin. I have my own body issues. I have my insecurities, but I've never felt like I was, you know, should have been born a female, you know? And so I feel like as humans, we are very logical. And when we problem solve, we do it logically. We're like, get me from X to Y to Z and make it make sense. But this is one of those things that might not make sense to us as, you know, gender comfortable people. And I think it takes a little bit of empathy. And it touches back to my point where instinctively people see something that's different from them, and their instinct is violence. Not physical, but emotional, social, economic violence, right?
I mean, I suppose here's the thing: is that I disagree with that. Like how you're saying it's not a big deal, or how like you should just go along with it to make people feel comfortable because it's the right thing to do. Not because I don't think the right thing to do is to make people feel comfortable. That is the right thing to do. I'm not saying I have to understand or it has to be made understandable, but no, I don't have to understand. I'm not saying that you have to make me understand, but you're also coming in and seeding the language. Like we're taking this tiny, even if it's 15%, which I think is an over-exaggeration. I don't think it's 15%.
I think queer is 10 to 15% of our population, and that encompasses
people that say they're that.
Correct. So it's probably more.
A lot of people that are young say that, and then they grow out of it. But a lot of people who identify as trans end up just being homosexual.
I say queer as an all-encompassing term. So that's, you know, lesbian, gay, bi, transsexual, non-binary.
Oh, so you just
affirming,
mean the alphabet.
The queer community.
Yeah.
The queer community.
Yeah. So either way, I still don't think it's that high, to be honest. I mean, we don't know. Neither of us know. But even if it's that high, you still have 85% of the country, which is, by the way, just this country, not the world. The rest of the world is like 99.999.
If you went to the Ukraine and you asked them about gender identity, they would laugh at you.
Yes.
I'll tell you that. Eastern Europe is not forgiving with these sorts of things.
Yeah, and is the amount of people reporting to identifying that community smaller than ours because of that? Sure. I'm sure there's an amount of suppression and self-censorship.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. But either way, so let's just say it's fucking fit. Let's go 20. let's go 80-20. There's still 80% of the population is fundamentally in like dictionary definition of these things. So you're not. There's no way you're gonna change something so fundamental as that just to make people feel comfortable. You know, like it's.
Yeah, I think I fail to see the harm. That's where I'm at. I fail to see the harm from changing something like that.
It's the control of speech. It's the control of speech and the control of thought. Like in a free country, you have the right to be a bigot. You just do. And as soon as you make it punishable, other than socially, it's one thing to be a pariah. No one wants to hang out with you. But if you make it punishable to be a bigot, then all you have to do is change the dictionary definition of what a bigot is. And then you can throw anyone in the gulag. Oh, he stopped clapping too early. He's a bigot. Throw him in there. And that's you can't police the language that way. If you want to be truly accepted and move this movement along, then it has to be done in some kind of compromising, realistic way. That's like I said, the adjectives. You know, we got the big brown bear. All right, not the brown big bear, the big brown bear. We got the big brown trans bear. There, you know, or here the big brown man, the big brown trans man. A trans man is not a man. They're different things. And that's fine. That's fine. Like
I feel like the problem there becomes from being otherized because they want to be a man, but they're not a man. They're a trans man. It's not a man. It's a trans man.
Yeah, they're different. Different isn't bad. You're so.
Yeah, you're right. It's this weird. God, it's one of those like tug of wars, right? Where we're trying to say in one breath that gender is fluid and it's okay to be different. And in the other breath, we're trying to say you are just as much of a man as the person who was born male, right?
Mm-hmm.
It is really difficult. I feel like we are tugging at both ends. And there's no easy answer, right?
I really do think it's the conflation of the sex and the gender, which is inexplicably tied to the definition of things like he, she.
Yeah, so we got to change the definition.
Or get a new term. That's the
or
thing.
add some new ones. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. You're not going to change the definition. You can change it on the book, but it's not going to change what it actually means. Especially because
I feel like that's harder than trying to adopt the strays, so to speak, into one side or the other. And you know, maybe in 30 years that's different. Maybe we have a whole new gender, which honestly would be pretty cool. Think about how much that would change things up, man.
Well, I'm sure you've heard this before about the irony of being non-binary is that you've then divided people into people who are binary and non-binary, therefore creating another binary system.
No, it's a difficult question. There's not going to be an easy answer to these things.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, I understand where you're coming from. I'm not sitting here like you don't have a point at all. I don't understand how he could reach that conclusion. I understand it. It's just on a practical, implementable sense, it doesn't. It's a Tower of Babel to me. You know, like it's like out of courtesy, each person, each new group, each new gender is another layer of courtesy, another floor until the tower just collapses. It's too many stories. You know, it's. Here's the thing about othering. All right, who in American history got quite othered?
Oh God, I could fucking write a essay.
Who's the
for
first
you.
one that comes to your mind?
The first one?
It was the first. I guess Native Americans are up there.
Yeah.
But who's the second one then?
Irish.
I mean, like really?
Yeah. That's the second. I mean, that
I'm
comes
not
to my mind.
I'm not talking chronologically.
Yeah, no, that comes to mind. Irish.
You're not thinking of black people?
No, that was my third.
Okay, dude. Oh, yeah. Third. You know how many black people will be pissed at you not can hear that shit? They're you picked Irish
I'm sorry.
before us.
It's the obvious answer, you know. It's like we know, and yeah, I'm sorry. My bad.
You just didn't want to go there.
I just didn't want to go there.
Okay, but
here's my
everyone,
point. Literally everyone got otherized.
Okay, even better. You've
for
made
the
my
worst.
Point. You've made
for the worst too.
You've made my point even better. Because here's the thing. Everybody that you can think of that's been otherized is cool now. It's cool to be Irish. It's cool to be Native American.
Okay, but
it's cool to be black. Here's the thing, though, is that you gotta start off if you're gonna become your own thing that is accepted. I know that there's prejudice. I know it's not perfect, but more or less all of these other groups have been accepted as a part of our society.
Okay. But with
the Irish, blacks, Asians, women, homosexual people, but they started off in a place of othering. So your argument at the beginning or at some point there was that like I'm open to a new term as long as it doesn't other you. And if it others you at all, I'm out. But you got to start othered in order to become ingratiated as a part of the same conglomerate thing. It's an uphill battle, you know. I don't like it. I'm not happy about it. I don't make the rules, but it's going to be an uphill battle.
So, I guess when I say otherizing, to me it has a negative connotation, which means less than, right? Otherizing as in less than the normal, right? And if we can come up with an other that is just as valued and respected as everyone other.
That's my point, though.
That's fine.
It's going to start off less than. It always does. It's like
they're already there.
So there we go.
They're already there.
So then we got it. It's an uphill battle. It's an uphill battle. We're going through that battle right now. My point is that the he/she thing. I don't think that's going to be. That's going to. You're gonna stay stagnant for a while. I don't think that one's going all the way up the hill. I think we got to do a new thing that actually has a chance of succeeding.
But you support non-binary, gender-affirming people.
What do you like? Like if somebody asks, like if a male asks to be called she, would I call him she?
Somebody who was born male or born female or born intersex or born asexual, basically the 4 options that I know of. If they come to you and they say, I do not identify with my biological sex, do you support them in whatever gender they assign themselves?
Yes. Gender meaning label. Whatever label you want is fine with me. I'll call you what you want to be called. And here's the thing, that the hypothetical situation that never happens but has been posed by, outrage on social media, whatever the zeitgeist is holding now, is this is the next step that never happens, that unfortunately I feel has become a giant public issue that needs to be addressed. Here's the thing that always happens. Clear male-looking guy comes up and says, hey, my name's Stephanie. I like to be called she. Okay, sounds good. We always just go our separate ways and are copacetic from there. Then they say, I identify as a female. Do you think that I am a biological female? No, I don't, because you are not. Those things are not the same. So yes, it's very gray. People are nuanced and weird. We got the what's it called? The sports. That's a whole issue. We've got, what do you say when you go to the doctor? We got public documentation, restrooms. We got all these gray areas that are messy there. All right, and I think that part of that uphill battle is solving them, and I think the way to solve them is to be reasonable about where these lines are. I'll play along with the fluidity to a point. You know what I mean? But it's just like, what happens when there's some kind of, I don't know, program or reason or thing where only females are allowed, and you are a male but you identify as female, so they let you in, and then the next day you feel male? Do you get kicked out? Right. Do they wait for you to feel female again? Or are you going to be othered by being fluid compared to all the other biological females who are there? It's confusing,
Yeah, there's plenty of what ifs. It's always going to be something that's not straightforward because it's something that is not normal to us as a population. And when I look at our track record historically of otherizing people, it usually doesn't work out well for them. And so that's why I'm skeptical. That's why I support their efforts to be included in mainstream society, because I feel like they're trying to skip that step of being otherized. And to me, that means I'm saving myself that long struggle, that uphill battle of having to fight for my own dignity, right? And I'm like, fuck yeah, let's do it. Let's skip that, because you don't need to do that. You are just as dignified as I am, and let's get you in here as fast as we can.
I get what you're saying, man, and I don't. It sounds nice on paper, but it's just you gotta. It's easy for me to say as the product of uphill battles that were already won. I'm primarily Hispanic, all right, and I didn't grow up in a time or place where I felt otherized for my Hispanicness, but I guarantee that my any number of my ancestors did, you know. So that uphill battle was fought for me. I'll give you that. But you don't get integrated into the society just like that, just because you asked.
But that's up to us, though, as a people, as a group of people. Gender is made up, and if we all decide we've changed the rules for gender, guess what? The rules of gender change.
I know.
It's that complicated and simple at the same time.
It's just not gonna happen.
It may happen in small circles.
Sure. I'm saying it's not. It might happen in your local bar or your state legislature, you know, or maybe we fucking get a federal legislation going. But by and large, the actual human beings, the actual individuals who make up the 350 million, 400 million, you're not going to convince all of them, not even close. So rather than trying to imagine some kind of utopian idea of people coming around to these very, very new, well, not just new, but nuanced. Like you and I are very fortunate to have grown up relatively well off. We have decent educations. You went to university, you know, like most people do not experience this kind of stuff, won't ever, they have no interest in it. It's just not going to happen. So the only way I see any kind of like serious, like actual respectful integration of because here's the thing, by and large, I know depending on where you are, but like by and large, like homosexual people are pretty much accepted. Yeah, if you go to some backwoods town in the middle of nowhere, maybe not, but like more or less, like that was an uphill battle that was more or less won. Is the progress done? No, it's going to be ongoing, but like more or less people are pretty accepting of gay people, at least here. Maybe not in the Ukraine, but here we're pretty good about it. All right.
Yeah.
Is it done? No, but that took time, you know, and this whole trans thing is, it seems very like impatient and forced. And that's what makes me think a little bit of those conspiratorial, like, someone's exploiting this right now, and they're doing it on the face of good intentions. There's because we never had to change the dictionary definition of anything for a lesbian. You know what I mean? Or we made up a new term. There's a whole fucking word for them, lesbian, and it means a very specific thing. It means a human female who is attracted to human females. That's that. So they made up a new word. We can make up a new word, you know.
I'm very, as a person, like myself, personal characteristic, I'm not strict on anything. Like if I make plans with friends, it's not like at 2 p.m. we're going to go to lunch and at 4:30 we're going to go see a movie. It's like, hey, let's meet up and let's see where the day goes, you know? So I think when I look at these things that people are asking for, I don't see the significance of them. I look at them as inconsequential. Like, I'm like, I don't give a shit what you want to be called. I'm probably going to call you by your name anyways, if I even mention you at all, type of thing. So I fail to see like the gravity of it, you know? And this is under the assumption that when people make mistakes, they're forgiven, right? And I will say there is a difference between making a mistake and harassment, right? Which I feel like is, you mentioned certain legislatures are making it illegal to harass somebody based upon their chosen pronoun. I feel like that's very different. Imagine somebody who is transitioning to be more male presenting, right? They identify as a man, and some fucking asshole keeps coming up to them and being like, oh, you still got tits, but you got a beard. You know, it's like some shit like that. Like I don't know, some fucking obscene comments that are not made by a rational, empathetic person, right? I look at that and I'm like, yeah, that's 100% harassment. The fact that you're going to do that to somebody, make them feel that way, when clearly you can see that this person is going through something. You should be empathetic as a person. Be like, oh my God, you're going through something. What is it that I can do to make this easier on you, right? And that's kind of where I come from. And I'm very loose. I'm very selfless. I'll be like, you know, it doesn't inconvenience me. Let me go ahead, let's figure out what makes you more comfortable.
Sure. The thing is, I have to know what like the dictionary, or not dictionary, but like legal definition of harassment constitutes. But I'm gonna be honest.
I'm pretty sure it's pretty black and white. It's anything that makes that person feel threatened or uncomfortable.
Okay, so yeah, what is that? You know, where do we? Because that's pretty subjective. Is it the guy coming up and saying, "What's up, you fucking fat fucking beard faced titty having fuck," or is it him accidentally misgendering you once or twice?
See, I feel like that's the thing.
Or is
the second one is not? That's a mistake. The first one is harassment.
Yeah, and I feel like when it gets to these kinds of pretty subjective things, if you're talking about gender being fluid, that's as subjective as it gets. You know, so like.
No, we're still figuring it out as a people, and it's gonna take a long while. I'm not saying this is a problem solved overnight.
Yeah, definitely not. Definitely not so far. But the last thing the example of Canada that I think of is and I have to look into this one too to confirm, but I have heard multiple times that they're making it or has been made, because it's a protected class now, gender expression or gender identity or whatever. You are required by law to affirm your child's gender identity. So if you have like a 6-year-old who says that, a 6-year-old girl who feels like she's a boy, and you don't affirm that through like hormone treatment and shit like that, like you can be found criminally liable.
Yeah, that's a weird one. That is, because children are children, and they say things. How do you separate a child saying something and something they actually feel?
Yeah, and we've been going on this topic too long to delve into that one, but I just wanted to bring that up as another example of like, because this is Canada, this isn't here, but it bleeds over, especially as like it's like, well, they're doing it, you know, and like we've said multiple times, like 99.9% of the people who are actually going through this aren't going to make an issue out of something like that. But it's the issue being made that makes it. That's why I feel like it's exploitation. That's why I feel like there's some exploitation going on of these groups, and like a hijacking of their sorrows and their movement to be used for other things. Because here's the thing about a trans person, like especially if you get them young. Talk about fucking pharmaceuticals and the medical industry and shit like that. You got a customer for life. For life. That person is going to be coming to you for hormones and perhaps surgeries and complications for the rest of their life.
Yeah.
So I do not think that it's a coincidence that we know how in bed capitalism is with these companies. That has been a speculation that I think is very valid about why would all these mainstream companies be promoting all this? You know, it's like, I'm sure there's influence as far as like lobbying and stuff goes, but
I never thought of that. The amount of medical care that goes into being a trans person. You know, I always think of the initial operation and then hormone therapy, and I don't know what goes on beyond that.
I'm pretty sure, don't you take the hormones for life?
I don't know. I honestly don't.
Yeah. Alrighty. Well, all in all, I think that we solved nothing.
Yeah, we just pretty much talked about it for quite a long time.
Yeah, well, we talked about many things, so it was a lot of fun. Dude, I'm super stoked that you came out here.
Me
You're
too,
able to come
man.
Short notice and stay this long, dude. Like you were saying, no set plan, just kind of see what happens. Here we are, 6.5 hours later. It was a lot of fun. Anything you want to leave off on? Any last notes, last words?
Nope, I pretty much said it all. Just fucking don't come after me for anything I said. I was thinking it through.
Alrighty, man. Well, like I said, super stoked you came through. If you're still listening, make sure to hit like and subscribe. If you haven't already, make sure that you're staying tuned for the next stuff. And there it is. Until next time.
Cheers.